And we are live. What's good, everybody? AB Media 83 here. And today is Colosseum Night. So, links in the chat should be in the chat already, and we can get this show started. Hope everybody can hear me clearly. But yeah, we can get this show started. What's going on, AL? He's still here. A lot of stuff happened this week. Ebony K. Williams admitted defeat, and black women are mad at a white man for dating a white woman. I'm still trying to figure that one out, but it is what it is. Hope everybody's doing all right tonight. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe. Hit the Cash App and support the show. I'm still running this off my phone. Help a brother get a laptop so I can do this properly. But anyway, links in the chat. Links in the chat. If you want to come up and get this show started, looks like we got somebody. Probably L.
What's cracking, boss?
Body say shit.
Nope. What's cracking? You good?
What's going on, L?
Can you hear me? You good?
Yeah, I can hear
Okay.
you.
Did Colorado win?
No, you need to turn your TV off.
Let me mute up. My girl watching.
But yeah, yeah, Colorado didn't. No, Colorado didn't win. They got close though.
That's okay. They 2-2.
Yeah, they got 48. It was 48-41. It was pretty close with USC. But yeah, that was a pretty good game. Of course, Colorado was outmatched, but it is what it is. But yeah, everybody be sure to like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show. But what are your thoughts on these black women being mad at Travis Kelly for a white man dating Taylor Swift? I'm confused.
We're all confused. Very confused. He's not confused. Yeah, he paid his dues with not one but two of them, and look where it got him. So he switched back over and went back to his side. Now he's happy. Congratulations to him.
Yeah, I'm like, what's the big deal? He's white anyway. Why y'all mad about it? What do you think was going to happen? But as I said in my little short, you know y'all lost your mind, right? They don't care. I know, but y'all lost your little mind, worrying about what that white dude, about worrying about what Zaddy's dating. But I guess they have nothing better to do. Yeah, I watched but another news. I watched the so-called Republican debate, and that was pretty much a shit show. To make a long story short, the winner of that debate is Donald Trump. Plain and simple.
And who would have thought?
Donald Trump won the debate. What do you want from me? Donald Trump won that debate, in my opinion. So it is what it is. Take it how you want to, but Donald Trump won that debate. Plain and simple. But yeah, I got to set up a little bit better on my phone. I had to switch how my navigation worked because I kept kicking myself out. But I got to set up a little bit better here on my phone. Still can't do certain stuff, but we're making it work. But what you been up to this week, AL? AL, you there?
Yeah, I had to back out of a race today because they was on that bullshit. Everybody arguing this, that, and the third. So other than that, it's good slow motion. Trying to get back on my snow runner game. Other than that,
Oh yeah, I hear that. Yeah, I hear that. For those of you just coming who might be coming in, like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show. Links in the chat. Come up and join the panel. But yeah, well, so Ebony K threw in the towel, huh? Oh well, she probably still ain't gonna get no man, but
her grits are cooked, man. Has been yesterday's news. She just can't accept it.
shout out to Mr. Z. That's a waste of pretty. That's a straight up waste of pretty. But been doing a lot of shorts recently.
Yeah, I noticed. I see you been picking up the pace, and that's good. Keep doing what you're doing, bro. Put yourself out there.
Yeah, put out what I was like. So let me get this straight. Y'all mad at Tyler Perry for telling you the same shit he was been telling you in this movie for years? Really? I know. I'm using logic in the. But another news, Dianne Feinstein, your oldest living U.S. well, your oldest former living U.S. senator died at 90 years old.
So that means she falls in the was category. Was.
Yep, she died on Friday. I was like, whoa, holy shit! Like that's news. Uh, Most of the leadership is in their 80s, like Nancy Pelosi, Steny Hoyer, Jim Clyburn. They all in their 80s. Some of the Republicans, I think Chuck Grassley's in his 90s. It's crazy, man. Let's see who is this coming up. It, oh, yeah, you dropped
I'm
off.
back. Yeah, I'm back. I had to. My left earbud has died and had to switch to the right.
Okay, but yeah, it's getting crazy out here. Pretty much your Congress is an old folk home now. It is what it is.
We need McConnell's ass to kick the bucket.
Oh, he's gonna hang on as long as he can, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Wish I had something to share here. Wish I could share some funny stuff here. Let me see. Hmm. Man, doing off this phone's a pain in the ass, but you know. All right. Let's see who we have coming up to the stage. Ah, guess nobody wants to come up tonight. Well, everybody's still over is on Z probably. But give me 1 second, y'all. Let me check something. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Oh boy. But yeah, Colorado was behind most of the game, but they got back up to they got within 7 points before the game ended. So 48 to 41 ain't that bad for a college game. Coach Prime, he'll probably bounce back next week. I don't know who they're playing though. He'll probably bounce back next week though.
Did they show some fight this week? That's what I want to know.
Oh, they fought without question. They fought. They was just outmatched by USC today. They did fight though, without question.
But that should show you how weak USC's defense is. If y'all lit up that much, now they had to score that many points, but USC gave up that many points. Mm-mm. They're not ready either.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what's going to happen. We'll see what's going to happen, man. But it was a heck of a game because I was watching it in the barbershop today. It was a heck of a game. But yeah, I'm gonna continue to put out my shorts and stuff, talk about different topics and stuff. As I said, I watched the GOP debate, and if you missed it, you didn't miss much. To be perfectly honest with you, it was pretty much a shit show. I didn't like who was moderating the debate anyway, so you know, it is what it is. But for those of you just coming in, like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show, and the link is in the chat. You can come up and join me and AL and get this show on the road. But other than that, I've been trying to do other stuff, find other ways to make some money, and been doing other things. Going to my dialysis treatments and all that fun stuff, which is can be a pain in the ass sometimes, but you know, part.
Is Miss McConnell's seat up for grabs this year?
Sometimes I hate doing this on my phone, man. But it is what it is.
Did you hear me, AB? I was asking you a question. Is Miss McConnell's seat gonna be up this year?
No, he what year was that? He won in 2020, so he got about 4 more years, I guess. Wait, what was no? Yeah, it was 2020. He won his seat back, unfortunately. So yeah, we're stuck with Mitch. Bless his heart. What's good? I'm listening. Trying to get some more people in. Like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show. But as I said, for those of you just coming in, we're talking about how Ebony K. Williams, uh, kind of threw in the towel and said she messed up, and not all young black chicks need to go down the route she went. But it is what it is. Hey, we try to tell them, but you know how we know how hard headed our women are. So not
Boo, it just sunk in on her, huh?
well. Tough luck, cupcake. She had to fuck around and find out. Like, that's what a lot of these chicks will do. They're gonna end up effing around and find out, and it is what it is. We're just gonna have to see what happens. For those of you just come in, like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show. Help a brother get another laptop so I can properly run this show. Cash App is pinned to the top. Help a brother get a laptop so I can properly run the show. And yes, I will be taking pictures of it. When I do buy this laptop. I will take pictures to show y'all. So help the show continue. There's the link again. Get this show. We can get this show going. But yeah, but as you can see, I went to the barber shop today, and I got to watch some of the Colorado game while I was in there.
You rocking your Michael Jordan, huh?
No, I'm not bald headed. I still got some hair on there. No, I'm not bald headed or nothing. Starting to get some wisdom hair though.
Tenfold, yeah, I just seen that backdrop. You got that shadow behind you. It look like you was rocking MJ. But you got that low number one ball fade, huh?
Yeah, low and even actually. But yeah, it was time to get a haircut, man. Uh, but I'm interested in this Travis Kelly story, man. I'm like, what's their issue? I'm like, real. I'm like y'all sit up here mad about a white man dating a white woman. I'm confused. Isn't that how it usually is? Yeah, why are BWs upset about that? What is it because this white dude used to date them or something, or they try to own the white dude? You know you can't own that white dude. You know you can't own Daddy. But I guess that's what the problem is, man. I don't get it. Let's see who we got here.
You know they want to control the world. They took from the I want to control the world complex.
Yeah, what's good, Snowman?
Did I miss anything while tending to my wife? Making
No,
sure she's okay. Oh, you just getting started?
no. Well, I've been started for a minute, but
Okay. What's
talking about how Travis, you familiar with Travis Kelly?
uh, Kelsey? Yes.
Kelsey, yeah, I'm sorry, Kelsey. Um, well, apparently BWs are mad because he's dating Taylor Swift, and I'm confused. And so I'm confused because I'm confused because this is a white man dating a white woman. What's the issue?
Oh heavens! I, you know, since it's Saturday and it was college football day, even while
Yeah,
I was out driving for Spark. Me and Jody were doing it. She in Columbus and me in Scipio in North Vernon. I invoked the phrase of the late great Rob Bramlett with this piece of news, and of course, I mean this jokingly.
I think I just broke my chair.
Yeah.
They're mad. Why? Let me hear this again. Let me hear this again. I mean, I've seen a lot of stories about it, but you know, AB, you know, I don't trust half the stories I see on the internet.
I
Considering
guess,
the fact,
to put a little more context,
please do.
apparently he had a thing for black women, and all of a sudden he switched up and started dating Taylor Swift. I'm like, okay, what's the big
So
deal?
what's the problem? So what's
And but apparently now a bunch of BWs are trashing him for it.
well, you know why?
Well, actually, they're not just trashing him; they're calling them racist for it.
Oh,
I'm like,
you know what? I can put a stop to this. I can put a stop to this. There's a very simple part of the equation that black women don't want to talk about. Not only is he dating Taylor Swift, he's spending money on Taylor Swift.
oh, okay.
Because according to a few reports that I heard, and I am in the process of confirming this, he and Kayla Nicole were together for 5 years, correct?
Yeah, I never really kept up with Taylor Swift like that, but yeah, I guess.
Travis Kelce and Kayla Nicole apparently were together for 5 years.
Okay.
This is why B Dubs are mad. You know how much money he spent on her in those 5 years?
How much?
$100.
Okay. And
No, yeah, I know you get it. AL gets it, and other people get it, but
they don't get it, huh?
correctamundo, you get the idea. They don't understand.
Salute to Salty Balls. That's a hell of a name.
I love it.
Oh, we were also talking about the Colorado game. It wasn't too bad. They were close enough for me.
Hey, Salty Balls can hear me. This is hey, Salty Balls, check it out. Roger wants you to team up with me and do a once a week sports topic show. Just a rebuttal on whatever you think is, relevant. Get with Roger and let me know something, Salty. I'm sorry, Deacon Salty.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised with the way the Colorado game went, because well, you know I'm gonna hit this on Monday, so I may as well go ahead and say what I feel right now. USC just played themselves out of a college football playoff berth.
Ooh. You think so?
Yeah, I was alluding to that, telling him because how you go give up 45 points and be a top 5 ranked team? No,
Exactly, Mundo.
And they don't have you cannot put them on the field with anybody big time at the Big 12 or the SEC for the simple fact. You can score. Can you stop somebody from scoring? That's West Coast football. That's all it was. That's all you saw, Snowman. That's all you saw was West Coast football.
But everybody for the last 3 years has been ballyhooing about USC, and they can't stop a damn cold. Today proved it. They should have blown. They were in the process of blowing Colorado to shreds. They were blowing Colorado. It was 34-14 at the half. 34.
Mm-hmm.
It was 34-14 at the half. And somehow Colorado nearly miraculously came all the way back and lost only by 7, 48-41. Everybody bit the Kool-Aid when it came. Everybody drank the Kool-Aid and bit the pizza when it comes to USC.
They're known for
they bit it
defense.
all.
They're generally known for a strong defense, though.
Are we talking about USC?
Yeah, generally they're really good at.
That is a good call.
Yeah,
that is a good call. And you said generally. Well, I got news for you. They weren't known for that today.
Oh, I agree. I agree. They actually looked
That,
more.
that
I
USC.
expected the scores that we have from the
Mm-hmm.
USC game
Good article.
today to be more like how Oregon was last week, kind of like that West Coast
Yeah.
shootout.
Yeah.
And the USC one will be more like how Oregon did last week. USC is generally known for a very strong secondary, very
Mm-hmm.
strong linebacker core because they have a pipeline with all those specific
And,
islanders and stuff
today
like that.
today in the second half they got none of that.
Yeah, I believe it.
They
I
got
believe it.
they got none of that. Let me pull up the stats here since people don't. You know what, Saul? People love to say I don't know what I'm talking about, and these are people that AB,
Well,
people come into my
not like
chat.
you're an expert. Oh wait.
Wait a minute. AB, you've hung on the morning show with me. People don't think I know my shit. People don't think I know my shit, and they've told me as such in the chat during the mornings.
Disclaimer, FYI, Snowman knows his shit. So anybody doubting it, you're full of shit.
Let me put it let me put
Pretty
it to
much,
y'all
yeah.
like this. Since people don't think that I study the numbers as well as the game, because let me fix my mic. Let me fix my microphone here. I got to get a stronger boom mic. And AB, I still owe you a laptop. I haven't gotten around to cleaning off the one that I have yet, but I will. Okay. USC led 14-0 at the end of the first period.
Mm-hmm.
It was 34-14 at halftime. It was 48-27 going into the money period, i.e. the fourth quarter. Yeah, the similarity between Colorado in the first quarter and USC in the fourth quarter? A goddamn goose egg. A goose egg. And if USC, I'm going to ask a very poignant question, and I think y'all will catch on to this. I don't want to just say one person, but I think y'all will catch on to this. If USC generally was known for such a strong defense, then tell me why they allowed Shedeur Sanders to throw for 4 touchdowns and run for another. Tell me why if you
give me the yardage. I need the passing yards.
I'm getting to that. Hold on a minute.
I want to say about 4 touchdowns, about 300 in the air or somewhere in there.
Here you go.
Yeah.
And AL, this will answer your question. Shedeur Sanders today, 30 of 45, 371 yards, 4 touchdowns, and a pick.
That's only 15 incompletions. So looky here. That boy was on the money, been on the money, been staying on the money, and he is money. Everybody gonna have to catch up to him, meaning that team quick, because he's on his note.
If when Deion gets his offensive line next year and his defensive line, these scores will change in Colorado's favor. If USC, and I'm tearing up USC this week, if USC is known for having a good defense, then tell me why they allowed, you ready for this, AL? You ready for this, Saul? This is the number y'all need to pay attention to. USC was supposed to have a good defense, right? Then tell me why they allowed 564 yards to a conference opponent.
They allowed Colorado to get that many yards on them? Wow.
Let me say that again. They allowed Colorado. Listen, they allowed Colorado 564 total yards.
Ooh, that's pretty bad. That's
embarrassing.
Hey, no man. Did Colorado at least get their running game on track this week?
I'm getting to those numbers now. USC loves throwing the ball with Caleb Williams, who blows chunks, by the way. I mean that kiddingly. The USC's defense allowed nearly 200 yards on the ground, 193 to be exact. 193. Now, Caleb Williams did his thing, 30 of 40, 403 yards, 6 touchdowns plus a pick. I'm tearing up USC from a team standpoint because They are not supposed to allow 564 yards to Colorado, to a team they deemed below them. Find the lie.
Mm.
Find the lie. Each team had a turnover. Here's another thing. And AB, you pointed this out. You pointed this out to me when I did the Colorado State game.
Mm-hmm.
You pointed out 3 words to me, and I love you for this. Time of possession. If USC has such a good defense, why'd they allow Colorado to have the ball 32 minutes?
Ooh, damn.
32:05 was the time of possession for Colorado. 27:55 was the time of possession for Southern California. Playoff team, my ass.
Playoffs. We're talking about playoffs.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Jim Morris Sr. Matter of fact, I think I have that. If I have that sound, I'm gonna play that. Where is it? Where is it?
This ain't the mid-2000s USC though.
Who cares?
Yeah.
People are talking about. I'm going with what you said about them generally having a good defense, and people were ballyhooing about their defense this year. You know what I mean? Here, where's that? Where's that sound? I know I got it. I know I got it.
Playoffs.
There.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. USC just played themselves out of a playoff berth to allow 564. Matter of fact, let me do some quick math here. There were 1,152 total yards in this game.
So damn, basically USC lost the game too, huh?
Yep. They won by 7, but they lost everything else.
Yeah. They lost statistically.
Statistically, if you're the 8th ranked team in the nation,
Mm-hmm.
I don't have my glasses with me. I gotta make sure I'm reading this right because I want to be sure I get everything. I want to be sure I get everything right here.
Okay.
If you're the 8th ranked team in the nation, and I think I'm reading this, yes, if you're the 8th ranked team in the nation, you're not supposed to be surrendering 564 yards of offense. Call me old school, but damn it, you're not supposed to surrender almost 600 yards of offense to a team that you were supposed to beat by 20.
Well,
because Artisan, what's going on, man? Because you're the 8th ranked team in the nation. If you want to look at pure unadulterated facts, look at these. You're supposed to be, and I highlight and capitalize those words, supposed to be the 8th ranked team in the nation.
And UW is playing more like that.
Yes. Because they're beating the piss out of Arizona right now. Actually, it's 14-7 Washington. They're in the second quarter there. And Washington has the ball first and goal at the 8.
Mm-hmm. Who Notre Dame?
I'm gonna tell you the truth. None of my guys are in there. Anyway, I'm a Pac-12 guy. But
who's your teams?
Cal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're going to the ACC, I think. Them and Stanford.
Yeah. Yep. They are.
Is that now official? Is that now official?
Kind of a weird identity crisis. I don't think for long though.
I don't think for long either. I think the Pac-10 is going to come back. And yes, I said Pac-10 because Utah needs to get out of there too.
Yeah, Utah
needs
Colorado.
to get. Someone asked me about AB. Did you ask me about Notre Dame?
Yes.
Notre Dame beat Duke 21-14.
Okay.
And Notre Dame is another bunch of frauds.
Yeah, they ain't what they used to be.
Notre Dame are a bunch of frauds. USC is a bunch of frauds. Michigan are a bunch of frauds.
Our surprise of the week is Oregon State.
Yeah, thank y'all.
Not really. Not really. Now tell you why. They're at home. They were at home playing Utah at Reser Stadium. And in the last 5 years, Utah has not done well at Reser Stadium in Corvallis. So that's a game I was not surprised at. And plus, they held a team averaging 33 points a game to 7.
What about that Florida?
Fuck Florida. They got their ass. They got a foot put in their ass.
No, 100%.
They got a foot put in their ass.
And you know what?
33 to 14.
You know, somebody, I think it was Thursday, somebody asked you, Snowman, was anybody in Florida going to do anything? What'd you say? Nope.
Hell to the no. My exact response was, who? And Florida's about to get a bigger foot put in their ass. Why? Because next week they face the champs. Actually, I got that wrong. That's Kentucky that faces the champs next week. That's a 7:00 game. I might
Georgia barely got out of it. Georgia barely won themselves.
But Georgia won. If anybody's waiting,
don't say it's SEC style football. I mean,
this is what I'm saying. You have to.
I'll say it. Yep. That's it. It's the South. West football is soft. Big Ten football is too slow.
Yep.
The football lies in the Big 12 and the SEC. Period. Point blank.
What about ACC though?
Dead. I lived in ACC country for 2 years.
Clemson seemed to be
that's bad. That's basketball. That's basketball.
Yeah, ACC is more.
Clemson is kryptonite when they own. I'm just telling y'all. Y'all know that.
Yeah. Clemson is a hit or miss. Hit or miss. You'll win, then you'll go on a long ass draft, then start something back up and can't finish it. What's going on now with that one? Started something, can't finish.
Someone asked me Thursday. AB is right. Someone asked me Thursday about what team in Florida was going to do something, and I said none of them.
That was me. I was asking whether or not there was going to be
okay. I'll repeat my answer. By week 11, they will all be dead. They'll be deader than. How did I see it in the video? They'll be deader than bitches.
No, man. Check it out.
Yes.
If Miami knows what's good for them, they'll go hire Ed Reed and bring Miami football back to where it needs to be. Or get one of those alumni, ex-Hall of Famers, back over there.
And my next two words are as follows. Good luck. Good luck. When it comes to big time Power 5 schools, and Saul, you'll agree with me when I tell you this, the bureaucracy is very real. When it comes to big time schools, saw it, seen it, all right? Seen it. The bureaucracy is quite real. I mean, all right. Can I go there?
Yeah, go ahead.
I would not be surprised if Ed Reed does not receive another offer from a school in the state of Florida ever again. And I have two good reasons, and I have a 2-word reason why. Bethune-Cookman. Bethune-Cookman. Wow. Didn't even sign him to a contract. They made the announcement that he's their coach. Yeah, one little problem. They didn't sign him to a contract. And he got the fuck out and stayed out, and I hope he stays out of coaching in Florida.
You know what? You know where all that money is? It's in that damn parking lot. Kind of like you.
I have two places of where all that money is that Ed Reed was supposed to get. I have two places. One, it's in the parking lot, like Saul just said. And since we get accused of this anyway, I will go ahead and say it because I saw it at North Carolina A&T University. 2, it's in the black women's pockets.
Damn.
Find the lie.
You know what, Snowman?
Yes, sir.
Add an extra layer to it.
Talk to me.
What about them administrative temps with all them executive assistants?
As I said a few moments ago, in adding to that, find the lie. Find the lie. Because I saw it up close and personal in 1994 in Greensboro, North Carolina. I saw it up close and personal because they were supposed to do some renovations at Aggie Stadium. In 3 words, nothing got done until 2 years after I left.
Wow.
Let me go one step further. I know I didn't start my career in my official start to my broadcasting career was 1995. I was in Greensboro in 1994. All right. I put a feeler out at North Carolina A&T saying, "Hey, let me take a look around. Let me see what I can do."
Yeah.
What did I hear back from them? Nothing.
Crickets, huh?
Those crickets were those crickets were louder than the Astrodome.
Sounds about right. But I got a quick question because I gotta take a quick run.
I'm listening.
AL had something. He had mentioned something in his I guess his signal or something like that about Roger or something like that. I wanted to clarify.
No, me and him have been talking, and he's been prompting me to want to do it. So, and I told him I would possibly think about it if I could get 1 or 2 people. Either I was going to talk to Snowman second, but I know he's filled up and he's doing a lot of stuff. But it's just supposed to be a little weekly commentary or whatever we think and we feel reaction to what's going on in sports world and whatnot. Something like a counter towards what's the name? Whitlock, Jason Whitlock, because I despise him. And anything he stands for, I'll fuck. Period, point blank. And I just make a suggestion for the simple fact every time you have something to say and you comment, it's so relevant, it's so genuine, it's so good. I'm like, I told him, I said, I need you to talk to you if I'm going to do it. I said, find them, reach out, figure it out. And I heard on the line the other day, I just didn't get a chance to say nothing to you.
Right. It's crazy how these colleges work. It's crazy.
What's going on, Jules?
What's up, Jules? And I don't give 2/5 of a half of a damn about Jason Shitless or Jason Shitlock.
Oh, Ham Hock, as Taurine calls him, huh?
That too.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Jules? Hey, but all right, y'all. I'm about to drop down. Thanks for having me up here for a little bit.
Hey,
Ain't no problem.
All right, Saul. Thanks a lot, man.
All right, I'll be back through here.
Okay.
All right.
All right, y'all.
But yeah,
we just going over
these age. Okay, since it's AB's panel, I will correctly ask for permission. Can I be real and vulgar at the same time in my next set of statements?
Go right ahead.
These HBCUs are a fucking joke.
Yeah.
Parochial. I said parochial, man. They are small town acting. And it's not like they can do anything different. They've been doing the same thing for like the past 60 years.
Mm-hmm.
And when they said Deion's not swag, I mean, that means something. Like my grandfather's first appointment in the U.S. was at an HBCU. And they brought him over here from an African country, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was pretty much satisfied there. And then you never advance unless you are in the club.
No,
he stayed there for 8 years and then got tenure No, he got an associate professorship at a PWI
Mhm.
and then got tenure there, and they wanted him back, but they wanted him to take a pay cut. And this is like 30, 40 years ago.
Oh, hell
And
to the no.
he was like, look, you guys did a lot, and you guys still do a lot, and I will work with you on certain things, but I have to look out for my family.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not to knock them, because a lot of them do great stuff in their community. You know, if you're in the Raleigh-Durham area, NC State will do a lot of community outreach. If you're in the
They do.
DC area, Howard will do the same. You know what I mean? They are effective in certain things, but in a lot of things, man, they are backwards.
They
as hell.
suck. They suck. When I was at, I don't think I told Jules this story. I told AB, but I don't think Jules knows this story. Earlier this month, Jody and I traveled to Chicago to cover the Chicago Football Classic at Soldier Field. We were told to meet the people at the press gate at 11 a.m. Central Time. Do you know what time we got into Soldier Field?
Half hour too late.
2:00.
Damn.
And it was warm, to say the least. To the point where my wife was about to pass out.
Yeah.
And they had no water available, no drinks available. They had someone selling water for $6 a fucking pop.
Are you kidding me?
I wish I were.
And you calling the game and they're gonna sell it to you for $6 a pop?
I went to 3 different vendors because my buddy James said, take care of your wife. Go find some water. I instructed my crew, whatever the fuck you find, get it quick. I got Jody under the canopy at the press gate. The screwed up part is they told us to go back down to gate 14, and Jody couldn't stand or walk anymore because her knee was messing up.
Mm-hmm.
But they told us at gate 14 to go back to gate 8, and they weren't letting anyone in gate 14. So to say the least, we were all heated, and there was a crew of 6 of us. There were a crew of 6 of us. I let these niggas know 4 weeks in advance who was coming. Okay. And we got there. We finally got situated, found some chairs. Dear God in heaven. I better whisper this because I don't want to wake up my wife. I had to beg the bitches that were sitting in the chairs to let my wife sit in the chair. And these were some weave wearers. Do I need to say any more?
Oh dear.
The sisterhood is real.
Yep.
The gynocracy is even more real.
Yeah.
So
man, you gotta pack up like a Boy Scout for that type of shit. If you know.
I know. That's why we're not going back next year. Not after this. They finally let her sit down. They had a chair for me. I'm trying to find water. It took a security guard to ride to the rescue with a bottle of water. They finally got the gate open. And my crew, this is 1:30. My crew said, what do you want us to do? Take the equipment, go upstairs. I'll be up in a minute. Jody's first. They took off. Victor called down to me and told me where everybody was. I'm making sure Jody is like really cooling off and drinking water at the same time. Meanwhile, people are walking by us, and a total of 3 people asked me and Jody if we were okay. 3.
Customer service.
It took, what makes it so bad though? The paramedics were flying to us quicker than anybody else was. When we got in the blankety blank stadium.
Mm.
You got to figure if they're going to treat just regular folks like that, how are they treating their higher end folks? Like just
Yeah.
basic stuff like, hey,
Don't
where
have me
do we
answer.
need to be? What time?
Don't
Do you
have
need
me
some
answer
water?
that question. Don't have me answer that question aloud.
Yeah.
So
Do it.
we finally get in. Jody gets her capacities back together. We go upstairs. We sit in the booth, and I had a 2-hour pregame show planned. I taped interviews and everything. By the time we got situated, it was 2:15. I told everybody we're just going to chill until 2:45 and then do a 15-minute pregame show and then go. How does BGS put it? The gynocracy is very real.
Yes, it is.
It gets better. It gets better. We had eyes on us all day because we actually knew what the fuck we were talking about. Me, Victor, and Jermel, my intern. AB, you hear how I speak. What do you think they were thinking?
Mm.
let me get the bell up here because we're gonna play a couple of rounds of that game in just a minute. With all that, we start our broadcast. I'm thinking they're gonna open the refrigerator where all the water was and all the Coke was.
Right.
Do you know they kept that sumbitch locked?
Oh.
Full of
Okay.
bottled
They
water.
know your wife. They know your wife's overheating. They kept that shit locked.
Yep.
And your incentive to go back to call that game is okay.
Yep. This is a press box. And no drinks were available to us. They didn't even turn on the soda fountain.
What? Now that's just that's okay.
I wish I was kidding. I swear to you, I wish I was kidding. They didn't even turn on the soda fountain.
Damn. That's crazy.
Gets better. Gets better. We get to halftime. And this is where the first round of answers come in. And AB, you know the game I'm about to play. We get to halftime. I'm sore. All right. Jody comes behind me and gives me a massage. Massages my shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, with the BW sitting there. Oh. We're about to play a game.
Uh-huh. And Jules, I want you to be an active participant in this game. You've seen AB, you've seen my wife. Anybody in the comments who knows me has seen my wife, Jody. What do you think the BWs were thinking? And there are many answers to this.
That's my
They probably
cocky
weren't thinking
serve.
about.
Go
Yeah,
go
they were
ahead.
probably thinking more about you than her, and she was just a way to get at you.
That's my cocky serve. But I'm an independent. He's supposed to be doing that for me.
See, girl, I told you he ain't shit. He ain't shit because he didn't want to clean you up. He ain't shit.
Now, mind you,
Yeah, who do you think
gentlemen.
he is?
Now, mind you, gentlemen. Except for my crew who already knew who she was,
Mm-hmm.
I introduced her to everyone in the goddamn booth. And my sentence was, "This is my wife, Jody." What do you think the looks on their face said when I said that?
You be watching a hip hood movie, and that record player stops when the music be playing.
Yep.
The record stop. That
Yep.
yeah.
I think
That
I have.
record player
I think I
stop.
have one of those. Hold on. I think I have that. Yep, I do. Actually.
Yeah, there you go. That last one right there. That's the record player stop. Yep.
All eyes were on me in that booth, and not in a good way.
Yeah, they'll get over it. They'll be all right.
It's like I said, Jody gave me a massage at halftime.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm about to make all of y'all crack up when I say my next sentence. Every weave head in that joint was looking at Jody.
I bet.
She's the most stunning woman in that room.
Mm-hmm.
This magic moment. Yeah. They're all just like, oh my God. Meanwhile, her feet were tired. She was thirsty. You know.
Yep.
She brought a book just to down some downtime. Yeah.
Oh, Jody was doing our social media.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice,
Jody was
nice.
Jody was chilling out. She was doing our social media.
Oh,
On
nice.
the Hootsuite, making it work.
Yes.
Just again, gentlemen, 17 watching. Like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App and support the show.
Yeah, please.
And thank you, Jules, for the Cash App.
No problem.
But listen, Jody gave me a kiss and said, "Have a good second half." She went back to her seat and she started taking more pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Why did the eyes follow her in and out of the booth?
I bet.
They're trying to figure out how she got the 6'4" chocolate man.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
And all of them got a.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's no reason why there shouldn't be plentiful black couples in Chicago. I mean, it's a perfect city for it. I mean, it's relatively affordable in a lot of places.
It's a melting pot.
Yeah, big economy. You know,
you would, Jules, you would think with that kind of economy that it would be that it would be full. Note the capitalized word.
Yeah.
Of black love.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, you got Minister Jap coming out like, fuck that.
Mm-hmm.
You an asshole for that, but I love you for that, Jules.
I like it. I like that city, but yeah, I can understand why it'd be problems.
Yeah. Listen, when I had the opportunity in 2014 to get the fuck out of Chicago, I got the fuck out and never came back, except to visit.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to do it again in December because I'm working Spurs radio with my buddy Bill Schoenig, and I'm his statistician for the night when the Spurs play the Bulls. So I'm gonna make it a 2-day visit. I'm gonna stuff my wife with some deep dish pizza. And then when the final buzzer sounds, we get the fuck out.
See, now you're gonna make me now you're gonna make me order Chicago pizza.
Oh, I'll be in Indianapolis in November. Same reason. Spurs and Pacers.
Spurs and Pacers, okay.
At the new Market Square Arena, aka Gamebridge Fieldhouse. Or whatever the hell it's called.
It's been
Bankers Life.
It's been Conseco.
It started as Conseco Fieldhouse, then it became Bankers Life Fieldhouse, and now it's Gamebridge Fieldhouse.
Gamebridge Fieldhouse, okay.
Don't ask me why.
I don't know. I know. They keep changing the name.
But when the game was done at Soldier Field, we start packing up and we start talking shit. We were having fun. Okay?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go with the eyes again.
Mm-hmm.
So in many instances, I know how Travis Kelce feels.
Yeah.
Because I can honestly tell you the black women in that booth were pissed off at me. They wouldn't have the balls to say it to my face.
Yeah. Here's what it is.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yep. 20 people watching. Hit the cash app. Support the show. Support this good content. But anyway, Jules, what is your take on the Travis? I'm gonna butcher his last name. What is his last name again?
Kelce.
Kelce situation. BWs are mad because he's a white dude dating
I'm
Taylor
ready to
Swift.
hear. I'm ready to hear this. Let her rip, Jules. I'm ready to hear this.
Sorry, I had to step away to light a candle.
Yeah.
No, I cooked some steaks. I cooked some steaks
Okay.
earlier.
Okay.
And so there's still that residual smell.
Okay.
Okay.
And I like that smell, but like not all
Right.
night. So I'm gonna get some
Right.
jasmine going.
Right.
But it was the way you said it though.
Mhm.
When you came back, you're like, sorry, I had to step away and light a candle.
Yeah. So I mean, Kelce made the right move. Like,
Yeah, he did.
that girl was good looking, right? But he was not gonna commit to her long
Nope.
term.
Nope.
And it's not like she's a bad person, but this guy is trying to make it to the next level. He's 34, 35. His career is at the
34.
twilight, right?
Mhm.
He might have 2 years, maybe 4. He just
Right.
linked up with a woman who's closing in on $1 billion, and she's got
Yep.
deep family connections and I think oil and gas and
Yeah, he just
entertainment.
hit the jackpot pretty much.
Oh yeah.
He makes it work.
yeah.
I mean, like, he could be the face man for like AIG. He could be the face man for Travelers Insurance. He could be the face man for any multi-billion-dollar transnational corporation because he's a known entity.
Like State Farm, perhaps.
Uh-huh.
They're integrating him now.
No. Because people don't realize, like, the biggest benefit of like that NFL stardom is like people love you just for being that much of a genetic specimen.
Uh-huh.
But if you have a clean record, like, people build infrastructure around you. There's tons of gated communities that they'll have an athlete who's like on the upper tier, and they'll plan it and say like, hey, did you know Lawrence Taylor is moving to this community? And so he's going to be there, and then people want to be around a winner. And if you're a winner on the field, they think you're going to be a winner in other things. Emmitt Smith is a huge real estate developer in Dallas. Because he played for like 15 years on the Cowboys, right? Like, all this stuff links together. So, you know, she's a good looking lady, but she blew it by not locking them down, and not in some bullshit way, but like really demonstrating value.
Yeah.
And Taylor Swift already did that. You know, she makes kind of crappy but kind of catchy pop music, but people love her. And she's in that country music vein, bro. You want to see money? White people love country music. Some black folks too. I mean, I like some of it, but like the real, like, you think 50 Cent, you think all these. Well, 50 is probably a little bit of an exception. Rappers don't live like country music stars live. Country music stars, they'll have a house with 2 pools on the inside and 2 pools on the outside. Like, they get deep money because just it just taps into a bigger market. They'll be able to do what Russell and Sierra would
And then
do,
he gives me something.
but
This
in
is a
half the
brisk.
time.
They're integrating. they're integrating Travis. They're integrating Travis Kelce into State Farm commercials now, and not only for the reason that he's building himself back up, but I'll give you 2 other reasons. I'll give you another 2-word reason. Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
So Travis Kelce is good. Okay, he's fine. He's fine. He's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
People are worried for what? That's all I have to say.
Yeah. Well.
They'll get over it. They will get over it.
Yeah, and look, Kansas City is trying to reestablish itself. Like, I've been downtown there. Oh, sorry, El. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, newsflash. They can't even keep a white man.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, the ones who get white men are able to get any man because they understand that you have to be able to appeal to that man.
Correct.
But
The
if you
moon.
want to play the same games that you want to play with black men and say like, well, I ran around with a bunch of like, I don't know, guys who were swag rich but kind of mentally
Mhm.
deficient, and then I want the guys who are mentally rich and or rich in other ways and swag lower. Swag
Yeah.
is not the top priority.
Oh yeah.
Then you're not going after most of the guys who are on that list, and that could be a lot of guys too.
Mm-hmm.
But like I've been to Kansas City in the past 2 years, and they did revitalize that downtown to a good degree.
And they also revitalized that sports complex
Mhm.
because I was there over the summer when with Jody we were celebrating our anniversary, and she got me a tour of Kauffman Stadium and Arrowhead Stadium's right across from that.
Mm.
So we took a ton of pictures, and I took a ton of
Mhm.
pictures while I was walking the grounds at Royal Stadium or Kauffman Stadium rather. I keep saying Royal Stadium. The master teacher is here. Oh, look
Whoa,
out!
what the hell?
Something crashed.
Sorry.
Something
Yeah,
crashed.
my command. I put something up with some command strips, and it dropped.
Oh,
Ah,
okay.
Oh,
I
okay.
just blew.
what's up, BGS?
Hey, what's going on?
Educator is in the building.
Is the hype train still rolling?
Yeah.
Which
Actually,
one?
Snowman actually pointed out how USC lost that game too because
They
based on how they
played
played against Colorado.
USC played themselves out of a playoff spot
Mm.
because they allowed 564 yards to
Yeah,
Colorado
that's bad.
Yep.
against a team they were blowing out 34-14 at the half.
Yeah.
But no one else will mention that besides us because we actually see beyond all the numbers.
Yeah.
USC fucked themselves over today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And basically the Colorado had, for the train to keep rolling, Colorado had to come back and make a game of it.
And they did
And they did.
because USC was favored by 20.
Yeah.
Going in, USC was favored by 20. Actually, it was plus 20.
Yeah.
It was bigger. It was bigger than 20.
Yeah.
It was they were favored by more than 20 in this game. They should have walked their asses all over Colorado.
Yeah.
And they were doing that in the first 30 minutes. But
Yeah.
they took their foot off the gas.
Yeah.
And they allowed Colorado to get back in the game.
Yeah.
Here's the one thing, and BGS and I have talked about this throughout the course of the season. The similar, I'll point this out first. The similarity between Colorado's first quarter and USC's fourth quarter, a goose egg.
Yeah.
A goose egg.
Yeah. In fact, it looked a lot like the TCU game.
Yes. And the only thing that stopped Colorado, they ran out of time.
Yeah.
They ran out of time because if they put another 7 on the board in the fourth period, we're seeing Colorado and Colorado State all over again.
Yeah, here we are.
Yeah.
If you Saul was up here earlier and he said USC was generally known for having a good defense, and they were once upon a time. And yes, this is not the mid 2000s, but for some reason USC was still 8th coming into today, playing an unranked Colorado team.
Yeah, that's all beat up, from the last couple.
That is beat to shit after what happened at Autzen Stadium.
Yeah.
Well, we said before the season the biggest parts of Colorado's deficiency were both lines, offensive and defensive line, and not just starters either. They need depth along those lines.
Yep.
Which is what we know Coach Sanders will be working on.
Yep.
He'll be working on getting some dogs on both lines.
Yeah, you don't need like that's why I disagree with Craig. You don't need 15 guys. So you need 4 guys on each side of the, you need dogs on each side of the impact side of the line. That'll change your whole culture. Because most teams don't have 5 or 6 impact guys on either side of the line. You get that, then you're championship eligible if you get that. You don't need 50. You don't need 20 guys. What you need
Right.
is good 8, 9 guys to come in that are dogs.
Mhm.
As he says, what do you say? 7, 8 dogs. That was what I need.
7 to 8 dogs.
Yep.
You need seven.
Oh
You
my,
need
oh
7 to
my
8
God,
dogs.
BGS, he was killing me last night. Craig was killing me.
With
He
Craig.
just he kept he I love him, but he keeps looking at it in the 20th century,
Yeah.
20th century recruit. No, this is the 21st century, and now this is Dion's time. And Dion, like I said, he is a tsunami.
Yeah.
He is a tsunami right now to these college coaches. They are scared, shook.
Yeah, they are.
Like
Yeah.
you said, give me a dozen boys. 5 on the offense, 5 on the defense, 2 extra.
Yeah.
And that's all I need. I already got my skill players, and the skill players are going to keep coming.
Yeah.
Can
I
I
mean,
get these guys these calls?
you played the damn the USC to almost to a standstill with your
Yep.
skill players.
You damn near pushed USC to overtime. And as I said, the only thing that Colorado ran out of was time.
With time. Yeah. Yeah.
The only thing they get a score in the first quarter.
Yeah.
They're still playing.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing is people forgetting, and that they don't have to win. Okay.
Exactly.
All they have to do is prove that they belong on the field in the first.
And they've done that.
They've done that. Yeah.
And they've done that. They've done that, and then they've done that and then some, because they were supposed to surrender 48 points and not score more than 14 today. They put 41 on USC.
Yeah, because when Craig actually put it up that USC rocks Colorado, I said, oh man, don't tell me they got blown out. I look up and said 48-41. I said, man, what are you talking about?
Yeah, look at the score like, oh, that's not that bad.
Yeah, it was bad. The thing, this is, everybody's saying it might. You don't believe in what they call what is it? What's called victories, but thing is that
Moral
victories.
Moral
But thing is, if I'm a TV guy, this is a win for me, because one thing you don't want is Colorado to get blown out by 2 top 10 teams in a row. Okay, maybe they don't belong on the field with these guys. Okay,
And BGS is correct. And what else did this show us, BGS? Colorado can compete. They can compete. They can put points up. That last game was, I still say that last game was because of the extra coaches. The extra coaches doing too much coaching. And I'm not talking about Colorado's coaches. You know who I'm talking about, BJ.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about. And see, that didn't fly this week. USC had to go with what they had. The last film they ran with, they thought it was going to be a cakewalk, but then people forget what happened to USC last week.
Yep.
They almost lost last week, and they gave up points last week. So everybody like Craig, they're going to stomp us. No, they're not. And like you said, Snowman, they ran out of time. And if they
that's all. They ran out of time
in the first quarter, it'd still be a goddamn football game.
Because if they score. If they don't allow 28 points to Arizona State, on top of hanging 56 on San Jose State, 66 on Nevada, 56 on Stanford, and 42 on Arizona State, which was their lowest up to that point. Here's the problem. San Jose State and Arizona State scored the same number of points against them, which is 28.
Yeah.
And then today they allow 41 to Colorado.
Yeah.
And do not be surprised if Arizona goes into the Colosseum next week and beats their ass.
No.
Don't be surprised, because Arizona's getting it handed to them by Washington so far right now. It's 21-10 at the half. It's 21-10 Washington at the half, but Arizona has always had BGS, you follow Pac-10 football. Arizona has always had historically, they have always had some kind of magic spell against Washington. Now they haven't had it in the last few years, but they've always had it before the Pac-10 expanded. They've always had this number against Washington,
especially when they're at home. Yeah,
exactly, and it's in Arizona Stadium, and they're down 11 right now.
Yeah.
They go bear down. They go bear down.
Oh yeah, but see, you're not supposed to.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, AB.
35 watching. Like, share, subscribe, hit the cash app, support the show. BGS tax is back.
BGS tax is in full. BGS tax is in full effect.
Well, I just put up the bat signal, so that should be coming in. You guys hit the like button as you guys come in.
Let me read some numbers, because apparently I don't know what I'm talking about when I talk college football, even though I've been covering this shit for 40 years now. Okay.
And I told you that's a lie.
Yep. You did, AL. Apparently, the number 8 team in the nation is allowed to give up 564 yards of offense.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
They're supposed to, apparently, the number 8 team can get away with allowing 193 yards on the ground.
Yeah.
371 in the air.
Yeah.
Okay. And
to a team that can't run.
To a team that can't run. Absolutely.
Hankerson went 1-11.
Hankerson finished their leading rusher today for Colorado, 16 carries, 64 yards. Okay.
Well, that means Shador was doing the rest of the heavy lifting. Because that offense is not that kind. Either you running it with the quarterback or you giving it to one back. Yep. They don't have no other fucking formation.
Your best player gonna have to take over.
Here's what Shador did against that supposedly vaunted USC defense, and I say supposedly because they have a number 8 by their name.
Yeah.
All right. Shador Sanders today, 30 of 45. 371 yards, 5 total touchdowns, 4 in the air.
1 on the ground.
1 on the ground.
Yeah, those are Heisman numbers.
But you know who they're pushing. You know who they're pushing to win the Heisman again. You know who they're pushing to win the Heisman again.
Was it Caleb again?
Because
he's the front runner.
Because he went 30 out of 40 for 403 yards and 6 touchdowns.
Okay.
But I have a wild card for the Heisman Trophy, but he'll never see a vote this year. Brock Bowers from Georgia.
Oh.
The best damn tight end in the nation.
Not enough hype. And tight ends, it's hard to win from the tight end position.
It is. Brock is the best damn athlete in the nation.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but he won't receive enough hype. Beck is going to get a lot of hype. The Georgia's quarterback, and the other problem is they're pushing Colorado, they're pushing Florida, who got a foot put in their ass.
Mm-hmm.
All right. They're pushing all these other teams except the one. They're pushing Penn State, who beat up Northwestern today. And with Penn State, I understand they're pushing all these teams. They're pushing Alabama like a motherfucker because they're not even in the top 10. Alabama's not even in the top 10.
Alabama's the moneymaker. It's the name.
Yep, Alabama's the moneymaker. So they're going to find some convoluted way, in the immortal words of my wife. They're going to find some convoluted way to stick them in the playoff picture.
Oh, yeah. It's a moneymaker
because they travel and they bring cash.
Mm-hmm.
No man. Did Texas and OU win today?
Texas did win 40-14. And let me find OU.
Yeah, I know OU
won. OU won 50-20 over Iowa State.
Collision court. See, now next week, the other rival game to that game will be Florida State, Miami. Miami's down. We know they're down.
And I say the same thing. AB asked me about teams in Florida last week, and I repeat my sentence, but I put it in the form of a question. When it comes to the Florida teams, who gives a flying fuck? And I mean every single word of that. Next week, that's a noon kickoff. I might have to do that one. Texas and Oklahoma. Matter of fact, I'll put it down.
That's a Red River Classic. If both of them are walking into that game undefeated,
they are.
Oklahoma, that's going to take a picture of
every. Well, I've never had it. BGS, I hope to stream this on your channel. I know I'm supposed to be doing a show on your channel. I've never had the chance because we had so much going on here. Mm-hmm. But I want to put this one. I want to have your channel as one of the channels I stream this to. I want Texas and Oklahoma next week. Okay. That is that noon Eastern? If that's noon Eastern,
that's Central. Noon Central.
That's noon Central.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Saturday. Okay.
Saturday.
Okay. All right.
Let me make sure. This is where what do I say on the show a lot? Live research.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make sure that it's noon Central and not noon Eastern, because I know my daughter works next weekend, and I want to be sure I settle it with Jody that that she'll be taking her in. Well, that's one thing I want to do, BGS, on your channel, start streaming college football games.
Okay.
And get it settled. That's noon Eastern. That's 11 o'clock Central.
Now,
That's
Snowman.
11 o'clock Central. I'm looking at it now.
So
And it's at the Cotton Bowl, of course.
nine here. That means I have to get up. So let me know. Yeah.
I will. I will.
Snowman, BGS. Now y'all know what happens.
What?
Texas happens to run that table, which they hardly ever do, but they win that game.
Yeah.
They're shooting locked for one of those playoff spots.
Yeah.
Automatic. Once they win that game, listen to me. Once they win that game, that's the hump game. That was the hump game.
That is the hump. This is the hump game for Texas.
Yeah.
This
If they get over there,
for Texas.
They're running. They're running. So whoever else is coming after, they just pencil in Texas. But if Texas loses Oklahoma, Oklahoma's that next team.
Yeah.
They're that next team. So this right here is for all the marbles for Texas.
Here's the quick look for next weekend in the Cotton Bowl. Oklahoma averaging 47.4, Texas even 36, 510 yards for OU, 478.4 for Texas. OU surrenders only 10.8 per game, Texas at 12.8 per game.
Okay.
So we may see what happened in 2021 when Oklahoma came all the way back and beat Texas 55-48.
Wow.
It may be. Yeah, that was 2 years ago.
A shootout, huh?
That was 2 years ago. It's not called the Red River Shootout for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And I'm already into doing my research for this game because I want this one.
Snowman, I got a question for you.
I'm listening.
What are your thoughts on the offensive coordinator play calling against that Colorado UFC down the stretch?
They ran out of it's like I said, they ran out of time. That's all. They ran out of time.
Yeah.
They get any points in the first quarter, it's at least a 2 overtime game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They get any points in if Colorado is able to put up any points in the first quarter, if they put up 7, it's a 2 overtime game.
Or what about that?
If they get more than 7, Colorado walks off in regulation.
Or what about that touchdown they pulled back when they say he was out of bounds? That was a tight coverage too.
I thought it was inbounds.
I thought it was inbounds as well.
I've looked at that play from 5 or 6 different angles. I thought it was inbounds.
No, man. How many sacks did Colorado have this game?
Let me pull it back up here because I moved away from it. And that's a good question, man.
Because they have, that's another key he better deal with too, right after the O-line and D-line.
Right.
He better keep up them fucking linebackers because them linebackers are not playing. They 2-pass coverage. I ain't seen no real attacking blitz. Now the defensive ends try to come and bring it as best they can, but I ain't seen no strong linebacker play.
I have a question. Who the hell is this Nub Glory person?
I think he comes from he comes from Arts Panel all the time. What about it?
Okay. Sacks was the question, was it not?
Yeah.
Okay, enough glory, knock it off, man. Otherwise, I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of you. Come on, man. Calm down.
I don't see the full stat here. Okay, box score. Colorado had 2 sacks. USC had 3.
Okay.
Yeah. USC had 3 sacks. Colorado had 2.
But as you got to remember too that Colorado played. I wish they had played man coverage a little bit more earlier.
They needed to. because they got
They were getting
blitz
torched.
they got blitzkrieged in that first half, not playing man coverage.
Yeah.
And I think the coaches are slow to kind of figure things out. And I
Yeah.
think that's what Dion was saying. We have to do a better job of getting these people ready in the first half instead of trying to figure it out in the second half.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because it's now happened 3 straight games: Colorado State, Oregon, and now USC.
Yeah, where they
Yeah.
slow start. Yeah.
Because they had a real slow start against Colorado State.
Mm-hmm.
Wound up winning that in 2 overtimes.
That's
They
true.
had a horrible start these last 2 games, and they surrendered 42 and now 48 points.
Yeah.
And
They
y'all seen
surrendered
how
42 and
he
48
dealt with
points.
that Cromartie got dude in that incident. He basically told him, you can leave, you can say whatever, but you need to get on this page. This ain't
Mhm.
high school. You need to get in the film room and you need to get to class. This ain't do what you want to do.
Mhm.
It's the regulations for everybody and everything.
Well,
And you go follow, so we go. I don't care if you're a 5-star recruit. He just made it plain and clear.
yeah. I think what's going on with Colorado, and this is and this, I think that they're more of like pro coaches because
Yeah.
pro coaches do the same thing. Like the first half, they wait for halftime to make adjustments. But I don't
Mhm.
think it works as
Mhm.
well as college does. Okay,
Yeah,
because
because
you see just about every time Colorado plays much better in the second half than they did in the first half.
You know what,
BGS,
BTS? I'm gonna change my game, and I have 2 reasons. One, I have to work next Saturday because I work in home health care, and that's a full day, 10 to 4:30. Because it's a shift I requested.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. You just let me know, man.
the game I'm going to cover
Mm-hmm.
will be Kentucky and Georgia. Both are 5-0.
Okay.
I
What?
want that one.
Well, we can invite Craig for that one. That's his team.
Cool.
Yeah. And
I want
here's
to
my
do
question.
Kentucky. I want to do Kentucky and Georgia.
Okay.
Kentucky go get stomped.
Well, for time purposes, I'm covering that game because I work from 10 to 4:30. Otherwise, I would do Oklahoma, Texas, and I know I'll have all my alerts set up for that game. And Lewis is right; they're going through a lot of growing pains and maturing as a team. That they are. Today proved it.
Yeah.
After getting shit stomped in Oregon, they hang 41 on USC. And again, I go back to the point. Supposedly, USC is the number 8 team in the nation, and yet they surrendered 500 yards.
But you know, it's funny, Snowman. BGS and I, it was last night, we're arguing with or debating, I should say, with
Craig.
with Craig, and I'm sitting here, I'm like, I don't think he understands. Well, I'm not gonna say he doesn't understand. His viewpoints,
Mm-hmm.
I think, are very biased compared to what we're seeing that Colorado is capable of doing.
Mm-hmm.
And if they can dial those things up a lot faster, man.
Right.
Yeah. The thing is that what I think Craig doesn't understand. The same thing happened in basketball, right? When they invoke the one and done, right? You change the way you have to coach teams, right?
Right.
Yes.
You change the way you have to recruit. So
You know who should have been the master? You know who should have been the master of that since the 1-on-1 came into play? John Calipari.
Yeah, he was.
Yes, he was. He still is, I think.
Still is, yeah. Yeah, but the thing is, I think the transfer portal has done almost the same thing to college football that the one and done did.
That the one and done has done to college basketball.
Yeah, I think so. And so we're dealing with a new environment, and I think what Craig is doing, he's looking at the old model where you had you have to establish yourself first, prove that you can win, and then you get the recruits. Okay, and then so basically, first 4 years you're establishing yourself, and then year 5 is where you make your turn. Okay?
Right.
It's because you have to. That's where you actually recruit people in. But with the transfer portal,
Yeah.
you have to get up and running faster in like your
Way
first year, and so now to your second year, now you have something to prove to your recruits that you can bring people in. So
and Dion's going to prove that.
Yes,
it's going to prove that next summer or next spring rather, when he recruits his lines, and I said lines because the way Dion's going to set this up, is like hockey.
Yeah.
4 good lines, 2 on each side.
Yeah.
Because and you got to think about it, they're going back to the Big 12 next year. So you're going to need both sides.
A big line.
Exactly.
Colorado's going back to the Big 12?
Yes,
Oh,
it's
they are?
official.
Oh,
After this is their final year in the Pac-12,
okay,
and
Oh, really?
they're going back to the Big 12 next year.
okay.
That's gonna be interesting.
The thing is, what I understand what he's saying, right?
Mhm.
When Dion says dogs, he means impact players, right?
Yes.
And there's only
Yes.
so many impact players you're gonna get on any team,
Mm,
much less four sides. So when he says I need 7 or 8 dogs, I mean 7 or 8 more impact players. You
Right.
get you get 4 impact players on the defensive side, say like a pass rusher that can't be blocked, okay,
Yeah.
mm,
and a linebacker,
Mhm.
and maybe another safety or something like that. You get 4
Right.
defensive dogs, okay, and you get 4 more offensive dogs on
Yep.
that side, starters that impact players.
Yep.
You're gonna
Yep.
win a whole lot of games, okay,
And
at college
remember,
level.
physically, Colorado's also beat up because they're missing 2 of their best players.
Okay. Nub Glory, if you want to fucking talk politics, get on the panel, okay?
I'm
And the
so
thing is,
mad.
if you want to talk politics, we can't talk that bullshit politics that you talk, okay? If you want to get in,
Agreed.
the link is in the chat.
And
Get
the
your ass
link is
up there.
and the link will always be in the chat.
So stop that bullshit in the chat, okay?
BJS and
I, la-
Snowman.
Because
I laugh at
you,
I laughed at
you,
BGS and the way he said bullshit.
you know what's also saying it the same way I said it. I just noticed it is Richard Wolf. Okay,
Yes.
he started saying. I said, okay, I know you've been watching then because you said
You
that
know what?
bullshit. Yeah, go ahead.
You know what? Jody's saying it that way too.
Hey,
With
wait,
some of the
Ooh.
people,
Sean,
with some of the people at her job, she came in one day. I swear to you, BGS, she came in one day and I saw this look on her face. And I'm like, okay, baby, sit down and tell me what's going on. Next sentence I heard had me cracking up when she says, "I'm so sick and tired of this bullshit at work."
you know where I got it from?
Where?
I got it from Craig Hewlett, man, back in the mid-90s, okay? Because he had this rich ass billionaire client, man, he worked
Yes.
with from Texas, right?
Right.
Old oil man, right?
Yes. Yes.
Old redneck oil man, right? That's what he said. He said, I said, I come here amongst these motherfuckers and I get all they get is this bullshit.
Man,
I said,
but you,
when he said that, I said, Craig, you my man from now on. That was 90, was it when I joined Craig? 96. Yeah. I said, man, I'm a client from here on. I was Craig's client for like till my daughter went to college, man. So for the next 10 years, 12 years, I was Craig's client. So
man,
that's where I got it from.
Jody said that to me, and I cracked up. Both of us cracked up. And she said, "You know, I got that from you." I'm like, "Baby, I borrowed it from my dad because he used to say it that way, and I also borrowed it from BGS from listening to him." And she said, and she said, "Is BGS the guy that asked me if I was black?" I said, "Yes," and she fell out laughing.
Mhm.
She had me cracking up when she said that one night.
BGS, he knows.
Let me step on out of the way. Let me step on out. Let me step on out of the way. I'm gonna jump on one more panel, then
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna call it down, power down for the Knights. But next Saturday, Kentucky and Georgia, and that's 7 o'clock Eastern. And
Okay.
like I said, the only reason I'm doing that is because of time, and I have to work early in the
Okay.
day.
Oh well, if you do that, then I'll host. I'll go ahead and host.
Okay,
I'll
cool.
host on Saturday.
Yeah, that's
And
the
you
one
can
I'll.
come on.
That's
You
the
can
one
come
I'll
up
do.
and make the call, and we can talk about other stuff around it.
Sweet. That's the one. That's the one I'll do. Let me
Okay.
step on out. Thank you, gentlemen, so much. I love y'all. We'll do it again soon. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. No, Glory, don't give me that bullshit, man. I've been doing it. You know, my first taste of politics. I was 18 years old, sitting in the Air Force ROTC at USC, man. Okay, it's my first taste of politics. We had to actually go through NORAD, and we had to go through the umbrella, and that's when I first learned that the Soviet Union was actually going to collapse. It was in 1977. So yeah, I don't know how old you are, but I've been doing this shit since 1977, sir. So if you want to come up and cross swords with me, please do. But the thing is, don't do it from the goddamn. Have the balls, have the cojones to hit that link and bring your ass up here. Okay. If not, don't say shit to me. Okay.
BGS, why bother? He ain't gonna win.
It don't matter. But the thing is, don't matter if you win. You know how it is, man. You from Texas, man. Don't matter whether you win. Did you put your licks in, right? That's what they
Mhm.
tell you. Did you fight? You know, the thing is, no matter if you lost, did you fight back and did you get your licks in? because one thing they told me a long time ago, right? Win or lose, I can't stop you from coming, but I can break you from that goddamn habit. You ain't gonna be back soon if I put some links on you.
Link in the chat.
Yeah, links in the chat.
But
Get,
anyway,
find,
BGS,
find your ball, find your bulls, Paulie. Yeah, go ahead.
your thoughts on Dianne Feinstein passing away on Friday?
I feel sad, man, because I remember Dianne Feinstein from being mayor of, well, not mayor. Well, she did become mayor of San Francisco. So with the Harvey Milk and that kind of shit. So I remember her fondly. She's a good old fashioned liberal. So San Francisco liberal. So
Okay.
yeah, you know what? She should have been out a long time ago. But you know how it is. So I feel sad because I remember from a long time ago. Go ahead.
I think part of the problem was she was she was being propped up literally.
Yes, she was.
And
Him and Mitch McConnell the same way, man. I wouldn't be surprised if he killed over too.
I didn't realize it was that bad till like a couple months ago.
She's 90, man. What do you expect? Jesus Christ. These people are not. These people can. These people are not. They could just fall asleep one night and not wake up at 90. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I had fun with Z talking about the so-called debate.
Gosh, man, that's no debate.
Man, honestly, as much heat as I get for getting on Democrats, man, I looked at that debate like, well, shit, I got two. If I have to pick between one of these motherfuckers, I got two choices: vote third party or just stay at home.
Yeah.
If these are my candidates, good lord. Because
let me go ahead.
Hey, I'm back.
What's going on, Jermaine?
It's Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
We're gonna change it from I am Jules, just Jules. I am just Jermaine.
We are all Jermaine.
We are all Jermaines now.
Gotta come in like
10,000 men named Jermaine.
That's V for Vendetta. Get the mask on.
Yep. 53 watching. Hit the cash app support the show. BGS tax in effect.
In effect, yeah.
Back on it.
Dianne Feinstein, right? Like 2 years ago, a bunch of these kids showed up for like the climate change with the Greta Thunberg, and she shut them down so hard. She was like, "That shit doesn't exist. I don't give a fuck." She just shooed them off. They were crying in front of her. It was funny and sad at the same time.
But I thought you were a leftist.
I know,
right?
But one thing that doesn't get talked about with her is her involvement funding Jim Jones with the Jonestown thing. Because she was mayor of San Francisco, and she got a lot of city and state funds pushed over towards him, and he wound up gathering a lot of those people together who wound up with him in Guyana. So she's not directly responsible, but she's like on that cusp. And
she got food.
Heard about that.
She got food just like everybody else.
Yeah, he was very convincing.
That's like when they sent those congressmen out there, man. It was that serious.
Yeah, I met one of the lady who survived. I can't remember her name, but she worked for a congressman from Massachusetts, I want to say, or maybe it was like Stockton. But yeah, they sent him out there because he was on the Foreign Service Committee, and they sent him down there, and like a bunch of his aides, maybe two of his aides went down with him. He got X'd out, and then one of the aides made it back. She's an older lady, works in policy on the Hill, but like there's a lot of stuff that these people go through. It's crazy.
There's a whole lot of conspiracy behind Jim Jones and
the bases.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. There's a whole lot of conspiracy behind that.
Yeah, America controls a lot of real estate, and it doesn't get talked about, but it's more in the conspiratorial realm. There's some truth to it, but it's like, why were there certain armed forces units with American striping in that area at the same time? Like there's a bunch of stuff that just it creeps up, and they hit it with a whack-a-mole.
Oh yeah, they shoo it away. There's a reason that two congressmen got X'd up there. They don't just go there for nothing. Yeah, you listen to Dave Emery. He talks about it. You talk about it all the time. Jim Jones and his brainwashing, So he wasn't evidently he wasn't just or
Yeah.
idiot, he was something else. So there's no telling who was
Yeah,
connected
I
to
mean, like
before he became a preacher.
that stuff from like the 40s to the 70s, where they were really doing a lot of experimentation based off the paperclip stuff and what they had already had cooked up. I mean, there was a lot of crazy testing.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's crazy, man.
Because there's like all this stuff. I mean, from Manson.
Yeah.
They talk about what's his name and Ramirez in Los Angeles. A bunch of the stuff is just it creeps up and it bats down. Yeah. So I tell people like you can get the face value story, but then you can look behind it and there's evidence of certain stuff, but there's not a lot of smoking guns. Like there's a lot of just look at the tea leaves and then draw your own conclusions.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Well, then there's after they start cleaning things up, man, it's hard to tell. It's all just rumor now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but dying fan. Well, if you've been around that long, you have a lot of fingers and a lot of pies, and Dianne Feinstein
Yeah, you said
part
that.
of California politics for like 50 years. So
you said a
probably
lot
more
of the
than that.
leaders won't run if she's not there,
If she's not there, then okay. The thing is, reason that the keep running these people up as old as they are is because they sit at the top of committee.
Yep.
If you send a new person
Subcommittees.
in, they got to start at the bottom.
Yeah.
huh?
You got to work their way up.
Because if you want to build a pass, it has to get out of committee. If it doesn't get out of committee, it doesn't get to the floor.
Yeah.
It doesn't get to the floor. It doesn't get voted on in Congress. It doesn't
Yeah.
get voted on in Congress. Doesn't get voted on in
Yeah.
the Senate.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like if you were Grassley, Feinstein, there's a bunch of these guys who are like, Schumer. Yep. There's a bunch of these like 75 plus guys who have been there.
Yeah.
They have a ton of power.
Yeah.
You don't realize how much.
Yeah.
And she made it to 90 because they have the best healthcare you can get.
Yeah. Well, that's like McConnell. So McConnell won't retire. They got to have him. Still on committee. People think it's just we need to get these old folks out of there and stuff like that. Yeah, but you could, but why the voters keep voting them back in? Because they're still on committees. Go ahead.
I just asked AB earlier in the beginning, when his ass gonna kick the butt? He needs to go.
Who's that?
Mitch.
Mitch will not go until until he dies because
he came from Alabama, found a spot in Kentucky, and just latched on. And
who you gonna replace?
All the people
who you gonna replace him with? AB? I mean, not AL. AL, who you gonna replace him with?
I don't know, but at this point, anybody would be better than him.
Okay.
The stonewalling progress period for millennia.
It could be, but the thing is, the people that keep putting him out there, keeping electing him, is because he serves their agenda. Okay, if he retires, that he put somebody else in, that person has to start at the bottom.
Yep.
New people have to start at the bottom. They have to work their way. It takes years to work for them to work their way up. So you get somebody who's been in there 20, 30, 40 years, man. They're at the top of the food chain. Okay. So if you get rid of him, whoever you replace him with has got to start at the bottom of the food chain. Are you willing to do that?
They got to do the bullshit work like Jamal Bowman did today, getting caught pulling the fire alarm. People know that trick, but like, he got caught on camera doing it.
Yeah.
He's a congressman and he still has to do shit work.
Yeah, did they shut the government down or whatever they talking about?
No, I think the Lumi shut down is next month, beginning of next month. So it's pretty close.
Everybody in PG County is shaking in their boots.
I don't know. They go through this every year, man. So you should be prepared. They've been talking about the government shut down for damn near 9 months. You should be prepared. Whatever you're gonna do.
Okay. Yeah. Typical bullshit, but
it depends on how really tenacious they actually want to be with a government shutdown. Okay. Then you will have furloughs and shit like that. But the thing is, it has to be really important for them to do some shit like that.
Yeah.
And if you notice, BGS, all these government shutdowns, all of them have been Republicanly driven. Each and every one of them.
Yep. Not really. Democrats have shut it down too. It's not one size fit all.
Mm.
Because the Democrats were in charge, and they did it in the. I think they did it under Reagan. I think they shut it down, and you had to have REITs and furloughs and shit like that. So it's
Damn,
it's not
really?
it's not yeah, if I'm not mistaken,
Okay.
because you had no Democrats for president in the '80s. You did.
No,
None.
he took over in '80, and they ran it all the way to the
Yeah,
'90s.
yeah. So it's
Yeah,
it's
I saw that. I saw that electoral map for Reagan's second one. I was like, God damn! I
yeah.
ain't never seen a map so red. I was like, damn.
Oh yeah, because I mean, basically you're under under Carter it was a mess, right? High
Mm.
interest
I'm not talking
rates.
about Carl. I'm talking about who ran up against the second time. Mondale.
Oh, Mondale, yeah.
Mm.
It was ugly. Go look at that electoral map. I think it was like 83,
Well,
84.
yeah, Reagan, give him credit, man. However he had to do it, man. He brought interest rates down. He stabilized the economy. He stabilized the dollar. He started putting
Oh, that's
some
why
people
it
back to
was
work.
so
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Because remember when Reagan went in office, I think their interest rates were like 15 to 17%, right? And it
Mhm.
Damn.
peaked like 20%. And you know, even like it or not, we borrowed like $4 trillion from Social Security in '83 and brought the interest rates down to uh, 7 or 8%.
Mm, okay.
So he like it or not, he did stabilize the dollar and the economy. Whether you like
Okay.
it or not. So of course it's going to be red. So
People
especially
care about the
with
dollars, their economy.
yeah, I mean, unless you want to go back to Weimar Germany or some shit like that. That
Mm.
that tells you, what can happen. So you go back to Weimar Germany. You want to live like that, you can. That tells you what happens when the currency gets out of hand.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Yeah, well, and you might
Never
like it.
tried it.
Hey, you might want that experience.
Yeah.
That's all she said. Each party has had 5 shutdowns. Yes, equal opportunity. What they really trying to do is gain influence. By doing
Mhm.
that. Okay, we have to meet in the middle and have to give up some concession. What do they really want? What do the Republicans really want? The reason they're holding this
Allegedly
up.
to cut spending. Good luck with that.
Cut spending as far as what? Because Obama tried that, cut spending in 2011, but thing is they didn't want to cut spending in the with the military. So where they want to cut spending at?
Benefits and all that.
Tried and
Good luck.
true Social Security. That's the first thing they start stabbing at.
And with Social Security is almost untouchable because on either side, okay, that's
Hmm.
that
Food
is a that
stamps.
is a red. Well, food stamps you can do that stuff like that. Social Security, believe it or not, is not a blue thing. It's actually a very red thing. Okay, because I've seen some very staunch, hardcore Republicans talk, "Dude, keep your hands off of my goddamn Social Security,
Yep.
my retirement." Just
Yep.
like
They don't
just
play
like
about
this,
that the retirement. Mm.
just like that health care. When the Republicans used to come trying to get rid of Obamacare because they thought it was actually a blue or a leftist idea, they went down to those town hall meetings talking about we're gonna get rid of this, that, and the other. Man, they
They're
chased
like,
them.
what the fuck? Yeah, yeah,
They,
they'll just like, what the
they
fuck you doing?
yeah, they had them running out of the town halls. And you haven't heard of it since Trump's first year. They're trying to get rid of Obamacare.
Mm-hmm.
They had them running out of those town hall meetings. You haven't heard about them getting rid of Obamacare since
Nope.
on either side. It's a no go. Just like Social Security, you can put it out there, but trying to sell it, good luck.
Yeah.
Unless until the boomers die, you know, all die off. Maybe you
Mm-hmm.
have a shot.
Yeah, you might have a shot then, but until then, good luck.
Good luck. Yeah. So I say good luck.
Because when you hear it, I know some people get scared, like, oh, they actually gonna do it. Like, no, I'm like, no, let them do it. See, let them fuck around and find out. I want to see this.
You think they're threatening it, man? Every congressman will get a email, will get a letter, and there will be people, old folks out in wheelchairs protesting. Okay,
Oh yeah.
good luck.
Mm. And once they start getting those letters or those phone calls, they start doing multipliers too.
Mm-hmm.
Because they say if 50 people called, that means 5,000 people actually care about this thing.
'Cause, I remember a few months ago, when they were talking about, not paying the debt that they were going to cut military benefits. I'm like, oh shit. When I heard that, I was like, okay, let them do it. See, let them
Fuck
fuck
around,
around and find out.
fuck
I
around
want
and
to see
find out.
this.
Yeah, me too.
I want to see this because I'm like, yeah, I want that heat. Okay, good luck to you.
Yeah, yeah. It must have been Democrats talking about military because the Republicans would never say some dumb shit like that.
No, it's the Republicans talking about cut. I was like, okay,
Oh,
good luck,
really?
motherfucker.
Good luck. Okay.
I tell people, I'm an equal opportunist over here. You do some stupid shit on either side. I'm like, okay, go on and do that. Let me see. I want to see this.
Yeah. Fuck around and find out.
They didn't end up doing it, of course, but Biden got him to agree to some minor cuts, but
Yeah, it's gonna be very minor. It's gonna be very minor because that's a big base, and plus your active military. Okay, they're already
yeah,
in. Okay, they're not gonna be happy, and if they're not happy, then you have a whole lot of other people that aren't gonna be happy, like the
you're
three-letter
gonna have a whole lot of
organization.
problems.
Yeah, a whole lot of problems.
BGSAB. Is Paul Ryan still in Congress or the Senate? Is he still
Who?
a serving member? Paul Ryan. Remember
Paul?
Paul Ryan?
I don't know.
Mr.
He dropped
Cook,
off.
everything 2.0.
No, he dropped off about 6 years ago, and
Yeah,
now he's
Yeah,
doing
something like that. Yeah, he's been
agricultural
gone for a
reform
minute.
and cannabis stuff.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to make some money, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
pretty
working with God, who's the guy who was orange face?
Banner.
Cheeto?
Yeah, he's working. Him and John Boehner are doing something on the cannabis front in the Midwest. And they apparently it's worth like 9 figures because it's like, what are you gonna do with that agricultural land? Because a lot of that corn isn't growing like it used to, so they got to do some other stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it's probably good for the soil by putting cannabis up instead of corn.
Yeah.
Instead of soaking it with pesticides and shit.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
get some
Roundup.
nitrogen in there.
Yeah. Instead of soaking it with Roundup. Yeah, so we had to put on to actually grow those soybeans and corn.
Yeah.
So
61 watching, like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, BGS tax in effect. Yeah. Sounds interesting to what they Banner and them are on.
yeah. They're trying to find alternatives. Probably
Yeah.
than a lot of stuff that they're talking about now, because they're talking about all
So
kind of fluff. But cannabis and that kind of stuff is all kind of woo lefty stuff, woke stuff.
you BGS, you think everybody getting tired of Zelensky?
Everybody's been tired of Zelensky. The thing is that since you have all this propaganda in your over the last 2 years with your news reporting, people are brainwashing thinking that Zelensky is a hero. So, the thing is, they get tired of paying for him. Hey, dude, just gave you $200 billion. Okay.
Yeah.
He shows up in the fatigues and asks for another check.
Yeah, ask for another check, and you keep losing. You're down, 700,000 people and $200 billion. Come on.
Yeah. That's why I heard last week. I was like, you lucky I'm not the president. I'm going to throw you out of my country talking about we need to have regime change over in Russia. I'm like, really, Nick? Really, dude? And you losing this war?
Yeah,
You better
go brands of bread and beg for some money.
who was actually asking for a regime change in Russia before Zelensky?
No one.
No, that's not true.
Certain people were.
Certain people were, including your black president. Okay.
Oh, damn. Well, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, I forgot about that.
Russian military is very scary. Like Russia has the Black Sea Marines, and they are tough as hell. And then they have all their artillery stuff. Like, they're not as organized as they used to be, but they're very organized still.
Yeah, I might talk about that on my Patreon about why why this particular war is not working, and what happened to the U.S. military. Uh, because I think the guy he wrote the book, The Pentagon's New Map, talk about
Yeah, you might want to
downscaling.
make that a webinar.
Oh yeah, it has to be. It has to be because
A land war in Russia?
what?
A land war in Russia.
No, no, no,
Not a
no, no,
big
no.
deal.
The land war is because the reason that we're not that they're not doing as well in Ukraine is because for the last 25 years, the United States has downscaled and they're fighting a different kind of war. Okay, which is
Hmm.
more reactionary, more fast operatives and stuff like that. In other words, quick strike, more like a police act. Quick strike, quick defeat of the opponent, and then other folks got to what he called maintain the peace. Okay? So in other words, uh, the old style World War II type of war that's being fought in Ukraine, okay, they said you need that. So what you start doing is bringing in weapons systems and people that were not designed for the Soviets.
Yeah, they're boring you, BJ. So,
That's what I was gonna say. You're borging like crazy.
Okay. This after
But I
this
yeah,
think
is
we
I
get
think
it. We get it. Well, okay, we got you. We got you. We get it.
yeah,
We get it. We get it.
yeah.
You don't
yeah.
want to talk. Okay,
There's
whatever.
no Band of Brothers type of stuff that's gonna happen that's gonna cause
No,
the
no, no, no,
Ukrainians
no,
to
no,
win
no,
it.
no. Yeah.
Because all that stuff has been studied, written about, Peru, like yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying I didn't know how much I could actually say, in this platform. And I guess not very
Yeah.
much.
Hey, I did watch the neoliberal thing you sent
Uh,
out,
uh-huh.
and here's one little caveat to add to it. I
Mhm.
was talking to the retirement planners for one of the people I worked for, and they
Mhm.
were saying that Congress is going to pass something where instead of you putting your money in your 401k, like your 5, 10, 15%, and hoping to
Mhm.
get that matched,
Yeah.
you can direct that towards your student loans.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay.
Meaning
Yeah.
the
Money's money.
millennials can that's you sacrifice your future
Yeah.
for your past.
Yes.
Like that's a crazy, and I know and when they said that, three ladies were like, "Ooh, when is that going to go into effect?" And I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh shit."
Yeah. It is what it is. Okay.
Oh boy.
Which I when it first happened when Clinton first started doing this in like the mid '90s, I said this shit is gonna backfire because two things you're doing: you're actually raising the price of education, okay, and
Mhm.
secondly, when these kids get out of school, basically you're flooding the market with all these degrees. What do you think is gonna
Yeah.
happen? Okay.
And not as many skills.
Well, the thing is not skills. The thing is like anything else, right? If you flood the market with a certain group of people, supply and demand is going to kick in, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Who's gonna hire all these people at said $100,000 six-figure jobs? Okay, you can't. It's too many
No.
of them.
You work at Trader Joe's or Starbucks and work your way up to something else.
To something else that maybe your degree will kick in, maybe it won't. But if you
Mhm.
if you flood the market with degrees or what they call diplomas, then diplomas will be worth less. Like when I was going to school, only 10%, 10 maybe 11% of your kids actually went to graduated from a 4-year college.
Yeah, you talked to us about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you change that, am I still Borgen?
No, you're good.
Now you're
Okay,
clear.
I'll come clear now. Okay.
I mean, Judge
Shrink.
Brown said that when he went to UCLA, I think he said
Uh-huh.
it was essentially free
It's almost free. Yeah.
because he was, and then it just started just increasing, and he was like, I know another person who went to UC Berkeley who said that when they went there, it was essentially free, but they said that if they tried to get in now, they couldn't. They
No,
were
you
like
couldn't.
in-state, good grades, but now it's just so
Yeah.
much more
Yeah. When
restricted.
I think I was going to Cal State Long Beach. Okay.
Mhm.
It's state
Hmm.
school, but I think it was for full load. It was $370 per semester.
Yeah, essentially free.
It's just free.
You could work for it.
Your books and stuff actually cost more than the tuition.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah. So now I think Dr. T said he sent his son. Essentially, um, it is like 10 grand maybe, for state school, 10, 11
Not
grand
bad.
per semester. Yeah. That's for state school. In state, if you're a resident, and California's picking up some of the tab, right? It's 11
Yeah.
grand, yeah, per semester.
Because I know something like 20% of most schools, their budgets come from foreign students.
Yeah,
Because those people pay full freight
full rate.
and they
Yeah,
pay
yeah,
more
yeah,
than what the in-state or out-of-state people pay.
yeah, yep.
So it's like it's a man. If you're gonna do a 4-year university degree, it's better to do 2 at the community college and 2 at the 4-year. If you don't
Yeah,
get scholarships or
yeah,
grants or whatever,
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean it's just such a gamble.
Now when because Obama, not Obama, but Clinton wanted to get all these women, single mothers, off of welfare, so he had to do something, right? So he had to open up all these college spots for these women. So
So we
so they
got
said,
Clinton to thank for the most educated, huh?
yeah, we do. And so the colleges said, we can't pay for all these people, right, to come in. He said, well, raise the rates. That's what they did.
What
Mhm.
is your take on
But
these
I know like
heifers?
so many people are cooked. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
BS, what is your take on these heifers being mad at Travis? What's her name? Because he think Taylor Swift.
Because they thought they have come to the point with social media. They think they're equal to white women. Okay, and that had Travis Kelce and his profile uh, made them equal to white women, and so they threw it in not only black men's face but also white women's faces. Okay, we can get a top notch Brad. Okay,
Oh, okay,
top notch white alpha male that goes with a black woman, almost like say like what's your name marrying the Prince Harry. Okay,
okay.
yeah, like a Meghan Markle. It was almost like a Meghan Markle thing, and it'd be like Prince Harry divorcing Meghan Markle and getting a white woman. Same thing.
Because
They
when I
would react the
first
same
heard
way.
the story, I thought it was a black dude that got with Taylor Swift.
Yeah, yeah.
The way they was talking about it, I'm like, wait a minute, this is a white dude, and they're
So
complaining. I'm like, I'm confused.
yeah,
Wait,
I'm
what?
confused. Yeah, yeah, and Taylor Swift on top of that. So I was kind of confused myself. I said, y'all, you guys have been drinking too much Kool-Aid.
Yeah, yeah. I said I just did a short. I've been doing some more shorts
Uh-huh.
on my phone. I was like, y'all lost your, you lost your mind, right?
I mean, what it means, the war is over, man. We don't have to even fight anymore.
Yeah,
They're taking
yeah,
loss after loss after loss. Go ahead, Dale.
yeah. They just mad because they can't keep a white man. The world already knows they can't keep a man. If you can't keep a white, can't even, you ain't gonna be Mrs. Cartwright, and you can't keep what boyfriend you think you got.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, because I was listening to Ebony K. Williams and
Hmm.
on the Breakfast Club, right?
Yeah,
And not only her, but the woman she was talking to, and women calling in. I said, black women are actually freaking mean, man. These some nasty, mean talking women.
yeah,
Jesus Christ, who would date you guys?
Mm-hmm.
You guys are not just and you guys they don't think anything of it.
yeah. They're mean and nasty.
Mean and nasty. They don't have respect for the men, and why should we get married? And it's us first, and men don't count. Don't go after no man. Block, okay, man. Well, you know what? Buy a dog, man. Buy a
Yeah,
series of dogs, okay? And
They
you
are
go across.
hyper chauvinist.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
you would think you're talking to Himmler or some
yeah,
shit like that.
yeah.
They are crazy with it.
They're
'Cause I
crazy
know
with.
what you're talking about.
Yeah,
And the
yeah.
ones who actually give a damn about the image, they
Hmm.
try to like fight and hold them accountable and try to tone it down, turn it down a couple notches, but they just bull right through, man.
Yeah,
It's a mess.
yeah.
and so basically, what you saw was a white man getting treated like a black man.
Damn.
Not really, man. He faded into the bushes like Homer Simpson. Came
No,
out with a flat
well,
back
He's like,
jacket.
I'm out.
well, no. What I'm saying is they treated Travis Kelce like he was black and betrayed
Yeah, yeah, the shaming tactics.
shaming
Yes,
tactics.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, it
because
was.
at first I thought he was black. I said, wait a minute. I said, what are they upset about? And I looked at oh shit. I said, this dude is white, pasty white. He ain't just
Yeah,
Yeah.
white. He's pasty white.
He's Farmer John.
Yeah,
He just
he
had
is from
that
John.
John B. beard,
Yeah,
you know. Cause look, man,
they
I
mad
knew
about it.
a
I was
couple
like,
of
what?
white
I
guys.
don't get it.
I knew a
I, I
couple of white guys who wanted to have a black girlfriend. They wanted to date them, and they were just like, "Look, I'm gonna do this during college. I do find black women attractive,
mhm.
and then once it gets to junior year, they go find with Becky.
Yeah.
And then they go settle down. And then now they have a dental practice, or
Yeah.
Right.
like he's got an
Yeah.
oil and plumbing business, like something like that.
Yeah. Because so black
Like you
black
said,
women.
yes, they mean as fuck.
And the thing is, we're used to it, man.
Yeah.
Black men and black American men are the only men that are actually used to that
I
kind of
was
behavior.
I was talking to one of my former church elders, and he was talking about how mean this chick was. I hope her daughter's a little better. I was like, nah, bruh. Her daughter's just as mean and evil, evil as her mom.
And the thing is, what
It's
kills
multi,
me. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
it's multi-generational. I actually had to cut this little heifer off because we were in a Dave and Buster's, and she's a little bit younger than me.
Hmm.
And I was, this I was a full adult at this time, and she's still barely 13. So there's grown men drinking around her.
Hmm.
So naturally, I'm keeping an eye on her,
Hmm.
for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
It almost she went around saying I was stalking her.
Oh gosh.
I just went to her mama about it, and it got squashed. But
Mm.
after that, I'm like, I'm not dealing with you. She like 30 now. Like I will not touch or deal with her.
Mm. I don't. Feminism has made these black women nuts, man.
Yeah.
They made them
Yeah.
nuts.
It's going to drive them off the cliff like lemmings. They're just going to keep
Oh,
running.
gosh, Jesus Christ! They get worse. I thought they would get better. They got worse.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And so I tell guys, if you guys want to put up with that, God bless you.
More power to you.
More power to you. But don't come back and complaining about them.
Yeah. Got some baby mamas in my building. I just like, hey, how you doing? keep it moving.
Oh, that's the wrong building to be in this time. In this economy.
Yeah.
I mean,
This,
the foreclosure rates have been shooting up, slow because they were at zero essentially for the past 2 years, and then the eviction rates have been like on a geometric rate going up.
Yeah.
It's not getting better.
Oh,
And
it's
anyone
definitely.
who's talking about this soft landing is they are lying to you.
Of course.
Then the policies that you enact, especially the foreign policy you enact, man, is just exacerbate everything. It's like, what are
yeah.
you thinking? Do you really want to get elected or not? Because I guess you figured the other party is actually defunct because the stuff that you guys are doing, like it's like a one-party state. It's like no matter what we do,
Yeah.
we actually gonna get reelected. I said, come on, y'all.
What have you ever read the book Capitalist Realism?
No.
It's a good one. I think anyone who wants to understand like neoliberalism from like a conceptual
Mm-hmm.
place should read that. It's like 95 pages, maybe
Okay.
85 pages.
Okay.
But it really talks about like you have no other option other than what we are in, which is the neoliberal hell.
Mm-hmm.
And anything that generates from that, he just gives like example after example and like analogy after analogy
Mm-hmm.
that there's no other alternative. and it just runs through it. And so anything you could think of, feminism, if it's going to be useful, shooting Negroes in the streets, if it's going to be useful, and it's like all these things that we think are useful for one thing,
Mm-hmm.
or the cause of one thing or the effect of another
Mm-hmm.
thing.
Yeah.
No, they're actually to further the current condition, and you can see it expanded out in so many other iterations of things that we all go through.
Yeah.
Like I'd recommend anyone read that because it just gives you like a clear.
Until it collapses, and that's its whole thing.
Mhm.
And that's the whole thing. They went, their death knell was the Glass-Steagall Act. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that was one of the most important tenets of the FDR administration, right? Control the banks and the money, and if they
Yeah.
want to follow that, and
Fuck
all of a
with the
sudden
money.
everything started going haywire. Yeah.
It's crazy how when I look at history and how much foresight some of these prior administrations from like the 1920s and 30s had.
Because they just had that problem. The thing is, they just had the problem, and You know how it says, you know how it is that why don't you pull that nail out of the wall? I said, no, don't pull it out of the wall because it holds some shit up, right?
Yeah,
But I'm gonna pull it out
Mhm.
anyway. You fuck around and find out. Then
it's
next thing
just
the whole wall
crazy.
collapses. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, you ain't
Yeah.
lying. It's just crazy. It's
Mm,
and then they try to mask it with something else, like reinvent the wheel. When it's like, no, this thing is it's yeah, it's completely destroyed.
yeah, there's a lot of
What
things
what
that
is
you. Go ahead.
what you say? Elon Musk that little meme with Elon Musk watching the Roman Empire collapse on
What
Wi-Fi. Like,
with what
damn.
Wi-Fi? Yeah, and memes. Yeah,
Mm.
and he's joking, but he's joking, but he's serious, man.
He is
Like
definitely
Yeah,
serious.
yeah.
he's serious. He's shaking his head like I can't believe y'all doing this shit because a lot of stuff that's going on, man, is like I've been watching this stuff for so long, and some of the stuff that they're doing now, I'm just shaking my head and say, you guys really think that's going to work? And when it fails, it's like, what did you think was going to happen?
Hmm.
Who told you this shit was going to work? Okay,
I don't know. It wasn't
Keisha,
me.
Keisha told me. Keisha.
shit.
Mm.
Yeah, since when you listen to Keisha, man?
Yeah, they better stop listening to Simone Sanders. Say that out loud.
So a lot of this stuff, I'm just shaking my head. Who told you this shit was gonna work? Like when, when Fauci told Trump about those experiments in China.
Yeah.
There's a reason Obama shut that shit down. Okay, why would you start it back up? Fuck around and found out.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
12 trillion dollars later.
BJ, let me just on that note.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that? Why is that?
Why is
When you
what?
have a prior administration, like you said, a Barack Obama, shut it down because he was like, oh hell no.
Yeah.
And then you have someone who's like, oh well, it can't be that. Like, especially with all the information that the United States has access to.
It's like a woman that's 40 years old that divorces her husband because they think they can do better, right?
Right.
I'm me, and I know with what I got going on, I can actually do better. Okay, even though I don't care what anybody else says about you being 40 and your value diminishes, right? Like Ebony K. Williams, I don't care what anybody says. I'm 40. I'm fine. I'm well off. I can get a high value man like the one I
Yeah. A
lost. Okay.
few months later.
Yeah, a few months later, when she's got to shoot her own self in the gut, try with the fertility drugs. Okay,
Yeah.
that was her come to Jesus moments when in
Yeah,
fact
yeah,
she
yeah.
kind of
I was like, when I heard that, I was like, oh shit! Like,
that's
we need
why.
to take a victory lap. Everybody in the dance, we need to take a victory lap. Take a victory lap, and like we told you, we try to tell y'all.
And she's like, oh shit, what they said was right.
Yeah,
Yeah. 'Cause she found out. She probably found out from her OBGYN a lot of stuff that she wanted to do.
Mm,
She really can't
you can't
because they
do
yeah,
don't talk about. Like I know, man, I know a lot of women who got lucky, hit the buzzer beater at 35 to 40,
it. Hmm.
and they were saying there's a bunch of shit that comes in. It's not just like you're having lower eggs. It's
Hmm.
like
mhm,
the pain, the viability of like an easy pregnancy
The
or a healthy
eggs,
pregnancy.
yeah,
All of these things, like
all,
just they're not
all,
through it.
man.
all the drugs that you have to take to
Hmm.
replace your progesterone. They actually so they don't
Bed
have
rest,
an abortion.
all
Yeah,
these
all
things,
that shit
man.
that comes in. Yeah,
I'm actually glad this brother mentioned Tila Malley. BJ, it's so bad for this dumb heifer now. Her
yeah,
own friends are telling her to go back to her husband. that's that's pretty bad.
yeah. I was telling my daughter that if she was dark and she was like the opposite color, she looks just like my baby mama.
Mm.
Damn.
She looks just like I said. My daughter, Tia Mowry looks a lot like your mom. She said, yeah, she's built like her too. So,
Mm.
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
yeah, so she was darker. She was like jet black. She'd be, you know, like a spitting image. But yeah, gosh, man, they. I'm on the View. I think because what's your name? Uh, uh, uh what's her name? What's her name? Jenny, whatever. Jenny
Jenny
Ma.
Moore.
Jenny Ma. Yeah, Jenny Ma did it. Okay, so she thought that I'm gonna get me a young Jeezy just like Jenny Ma.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna get a divorce. I'm gonna get and I can do the same trick that she just did.
Find a young rapper
Tell me a young
or a
rapper,
middle-aged rapper.
middle aged
Yeah.
rapper. Yep.
Yeah, Jeezy
Except
got
for
time for
man,
man. So
Mm.
But they're
Look,
not
man,
divorced yet.
she's not unattractive, but look,
She don't want to
if
leave.
I was the Kendrick dude or the husband,
Uh,
he could do a lot better than she can. She could pipe down and all this stuff, but like 45-year-old woman with 2 kids getting drunk on TV, it's an
Jesus
embarrassment.
Christ. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
You know, I just
and look at dumb as hell on TikTok. I'm like, you
It,
look like a fucking child. I'm like, what? Why would
it-
I take you seriously? Good Lord.
if you're Janet Jackson, you can get away with it because of
mm,
because
Probably,
your
yeah.
name because your name because you have a market. You got a brand. Okay, you can get away with it.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Tia Mowry can't get away with it. She has no brand to bring. She has nothing to bring to the table.
Nope.
Just how you
I
see
mean, a fun Friday night.
Not even that.
I told you
But
it.
you
there's
said
going to
But
be
being
a
married
sister
honestly,
to
with a
Laura
woman my
Malay, huh?
age.
but
Not even
honestly,
that.
how
You ever
much
have a
fun
fun
was it?
Friday night with a 40-year-old?
Yeah, come on, man. Like them legs don't
Yeah,
stretch, man. Them shits is probably
yeah, you
catching cramps, and then she might
yeah,
bend over, brother.
yeah, yeah.
Oh boy. Damn.
Catching a Charlie horse. She's like, oh hell no. You know,
Yeah. I was thinking about an analogy when to bring the women because they said there's no such thing as a wall and body, and body count doesn't matter, right? They always say that doesn't matter. Okay,
Mhm.
I said what would be a good analogy, for that, right? I said okay, women love shoes, right? I said what's the most expensive pair of shoes that you can think of, whatever it is, right? And said
Red
okay,
bottoms, probably.
okay, say red bottoms, right? Okay, is is an unopened box of brand new red bottoms worth more than you than a pair of red bottoms that have been owned by 35 people?
Damn. Yeah, yeah, that's the way to look at it. Yeah. Ooh. God damn. That's pretty bad.
What if I try to sell you a pair of red bottoms, but have been, even though they might have been stars, then been worn by 35 people?
Mm.
I have a question for you, BJS.
Go ahead.
Um, menopause, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've been reading that with the obviously millennials and younger, they're
Mm-hmm.
actually starting menopause a lot faster due to the food,
Yeah.
and all these things that are really hard,
Yeah.
Mhm.
hurting their bodies. So I'm like, man, like, can we just really say that black sisters are basically morphing to like old age a lot faster? Um,
This is something happened to my daughter and during that era, right? Especially millennials, okay,
mhm.
because of the food. Um, they went into puberty earlier. Okay,
Wow.
they started getting their cycles earlier. Like instead of, I think when I was coming up, maybe 13, 12, 13, maybe women start getting their cycle. Girls start getting their cycle. It kind of dropped down to 10. Like
Hmm.
my daughter started getting her cycle at 10 years old, and a woman that I was with her, her daughter, and another woman I was with, her granddaughter, right?
Yep.
Started getting their cycles at 10, so they got their cycles like 3 or 4 years earlier. So it
Wow.
accelerates their maturity.
Wow.
So I'm not surprised that they would go into menopause early because they start their cycles earlier. So I'm not
Even
sure.
even I was reading breast cancer is rampant um,
Yeah,
in young females now.
yeah. There's the hormones, the food, the pesticides, all kinds of stuff that can actually
Yeah.
contribute to that. But the thing is, that that's the you also living longer. So there's
Yeah.
a
Mhm. And also that like you said last night, they just can't them snacks, man. They
yeah yeah, I mean the food. Women were not they're not designed to have uh get with the kind of food that they're eating, this much food, this many partners, because every time partner people don't
Yeah.
contribute having a whole lot of partners to wearing down your insides, because a woman's body absorbs all this material.
Right.
They have no clue about them absorbing all this material from 20, 30, 40 partners. Okay.
Yeah.
mm,
And now that's on the low end. The high end, man, they have 20, 30, 40 partners before they graduate from high school on the high end.
Wow. Would you
Yeah,
say that's also
pretty bad now.
the
It
It's
was,
whole?
always not just black people.
no, it's everybody. Yeah, that's true.
Would you also say that's one of the issues for women to pair bond um, with
Uh,
children or just in mates in
uh, uh,
general?
okay, this is where I always suggest people read the book, "The Alchemy of Love and Lust," right, with Teresa
Mm-hmm.
Crenshaw, right?
Hmm.
Okay, when a woman orgasms or they have a child, right? I think there's like 9 to 10 different hormones that she secretes that causes her to bond to her mate and also to her child. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
okay. If just like any other drug or anything else, right? You if you do it too much, you get a resistance to it, right? Like your first shot of alcohol or smoking or whatever substance that you take, right? It's always the highest, right? Because it's pure. You never had it before, right?
Gotcha.
Your mind has to adjust to it, right? What happens? Say like if you've been drinking for like 20 years, right? It's not going
Mhm.
to be your body's going to build up resistance to drinking, alcohol, smokes, drugs, whatever you do, right? It takes
Gotcha.
more of that to get you high because your body builds up a resistance to it, and your brain builds up a resistance to it. So what happens if your body hormones, okay, you're like 10, 15, maybe even 30 guys in, what's going to happen to your ability to actually bond with the same
Gotcha.
hormones? You're going
Wow.
to build up a resistance to it. So that's what you get. That's like we had a lot of women willing to let go of their kids and like the woman in the car, I'm gonna drop off her kids to grandma. I want to be happy. You know,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
yeah. I had 3 kids by 3 different men, and now I want to go be happy and get rid of these kids. You know.
Wow.
Oh, I meant to ask you about that, BJ. I wonder if you. I had wondered if you saw that. I'm like, am I?
Yeah, I
I
did
live
see.
in a Twilight Zone.
At first I thought it was a skit. I said, "God damn, either these people are real good actresses, or this is real."
uh,
If
yeah,
that's you, because either if these women are actually actresses, they should be in Hollywood because that
yes,
was
they
too
should.
real. That was too real. That was way too real. If she's that damn good, she needs to be in Hollywood because that's too
Yeah.
real.
Just a minute. 90 watching. Like, share, subscribe. BGS tax is in effect. Hit the cash app.
Yeah,
It's pinned in pinned in the chat. So
yeah, yeah. And I saw that. What I'm saying um, it's not one. Okay, that's one is children are actually a cost and children are a liability. They're not an asset. Okay.
right.
Emotionally, they are, but financially, fiscally, they're not an asset. They cost way more money than they bring in. Okay, it's not like you're on a farm where you need help. Okay, you can't
Yeah.
hire them out. You can't use them for labor. There's nothing coming in for a child. It's all outgoing. Okay, and it's outgoing from from at minimum 0 to 18. Okay, and then more than likely from 0 to 25, where you're still spending money on your kids, right? It almost never ends. They're a liability. They're not an actual benefit to you. Okay, that's number one. Number two, right? Number two is that the institution of marriage and having children is starting to ebb and go away. Okay, that's number two. And number three, anytime there's any kind of a fiscal a crisis or any kind of economic crisis, all of a sudden, kids are a liability. You start tossing them away. So
Hmm.
you put all those three things together. We're lucky that we don't see more of this kind of stuff because the last revolution industrial revolution during the 18th and 19th century, 1 out of every 3 kids didn't make it. They didn't make it. 1 out of every third child didn't make it.
Damn.
They died either left on a doorstep. The whole thing about being left on a doorstep or in swaddling home to die or infanticide, that was real back then. So I'm surprised we don't see more of this kind of shit. But that's what I would say.
Well, we're about to see what's going to happen.
We'll see, man. We'll see. That's how come the government actually puts more into it because they don't want to dump all these kids. It's a problem.
I've seen a lot of it. Oh man. Oh,
Yeah. Go ahead, Charles. You're breaking up a little bit, but go ahead.
I said I've seen a lot of it
Yeah.
because one, I wish this fucking car just go ahead in front of me. There it is. No noise. You start to see statistically a lot of these so-called single moms who say they did it on their own. You start to see statistically that they're a bunch of shit parents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They never really had the child out of love. They had them out of convenience or financial gain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sad but true.
So when you see a lot of this behavior, it comes up, and it's a psychological burden. Think about it. You got a lot of chicks who don't even know who the father of their children are.
Yeah, well, that's how come they don't want
Yeah.
the paternity testing at birth, do they?
Yeah, because it'll show how much of a hoe that you know.
Oh, speaking of hey, BTS, did you get that email I sent you earlier
Which
today?
Which one?
The one about the child support debit
Oh yeah,
card,
yeah,
child
debit
support
card,
cards and
a
all.
card, yeah, oh yeah. The child
Oh,
support
they
debit
gonna
Remember,
fight that. They gonna fight that motherfucker. I can see that coming now.
remember, I talked about that last year, right? I talked about that. How they gonna give cards out where you can't use nothing for that card unless it's for the child.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, oh, they gonna fight that motherfucker. But I was like, oh, it's getting serious now.
I proposed that like 10 years ago. I said, with all the technology that we have, I said, damn, all you got to do is just put it on a different type of debit card, have the shit audited quarterly, and obviously certain
Yeah.
brands it just doesn't work. I said it's really not hard at
You
all.
know what's funny? You got a cash app, you got child app, shit. And put some money down on my child. Put some money on my child.
Boy,
I'm gonna tell you what's funny, philosophically funny about this. How much percentage of child support do you think actually goes to the child?
ooh, I don't know, maybe 20%.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Well, child support probably like a quarter of it because
That's exactly what I was thinking.
yeah, about a quarter of it. But the thing is, child support is actually an incentive for women to actually have children. The
Yeah.
state
Yeah.
can supplement it. Yeah.
I mean, it to me it's very. Again, that's why I say I can never be in politics, man, because they probably kill me. Because I tell them flat out, y'all had affirmative action, you guys have all your rights,
Mm-hmm.
and the money just going to the child.
Mm-hmm.
And none of this money is supposed to go to you because you do have opportunities for education and obviously opportunities for employment.
Yeah, but they'll have less kids, and the state wants
BTS.
to incentivize them having children. Go ahead,
BTS.
AL.
I can
Salute
answer
to
that
Big Town
last
Victory
question
Universe.
because
Go ahead.
on Judge Vonda down here, because she is legal and she's a judge who was an ex-lawyer. She does that child support stuff on TV, that reality shit. And in the state of Texas, where she represents out of, they charge you 30%.
Okay.
I think it's like smoke and mirrors with child support to women. They don't ever look at the back end, like you're not getting shit. And then you see a lot of those chicks actually end up homeless or broke.
Yeah. The state doesn't care. The thing is,
Exactly.
is she incentivized to actually have these children? Okay,
Mhm.
they can't pay for it, so they
Yeah.
offload it onto the men.
Like,
Yeah.
when you look at the top 1,000 and bottom 1,000 counties in the U.S.,
Mm-hmm.
there's not much difference in the violent crime. I mean, there's certain pockets where, zip code tracked, whatever,
Yeah.
where you'll see like increases of murder or,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying, all the crimes that happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the economic development happens where you have more people.
Mm-hmm.
So you need those women to have children.
Mhm.
And if you don't have children, you don't have an economy. And it's very basic stuff. It's like, I feel like I'm
You,
the only person who read
you,
Marx and
you,
understood
you,
like
are you forgetting what era we're in? We're the intellectualism.
anti-natalist era.
Yeah, we're just anti anything that makes
Yeah.
any kind of sense. That's what
Yeah.
era we're in.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's why
It's like,
that's why I say, for me personally, I say just I don't try to correct women at all. Oh, really? Smile,
Yeah,
nod,
I
and
agree with
walk the
y'all.
fuck away. And
Legally
I let
follow.
them. Yeah, I let life, just like in nature.
Mm-hmm.
Let them be taken care of, i.e., they're finished.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
You're
I don't have to
unproductive.
hurt you, but I don't have to help you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Well,
not my
nature,
problem.
nature will do it for you. You know.
Yeah,
I'll tell you.
exactly.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a dark little secret about me,
Hmm.
and this is how you know I'm black pill. Why would I tell your child to go to school so they could be competition for my son? And then two, if I got rid of all the crime, you would try to figure out a way to get rid of me, wouldn't you?
The thing is, why you tell your child, the next person's child to send their children to school, there'll be competition, yes, but the thing is, they'll be able to compete against other nations, okay?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they have to.
exactly.
Even though I'm a little black pill about it, like, yeah, if you don't care, why should I? But even though I have somewhat of a heart sometimes, sometimes that bitch kicks. But
It's not even a heart. The thing is, it makes sense, okay?
it makes
Exactly.
sense.
Well,
But
okay, the thing is that the human beings are not individuals, right? They've never
oh no,
have been. They're
Yeah.
groups, right?
Yes.
So basically, okay, say on your wrestling team, Charles, right? Okay, you guys are a team, right? Okay, even though you guys compete individually, okay, you want your teammate to be the best he can be. Why? Because you win as a team.
plus you need people. Plus you need people to train with.
Plus, you need
Exactly.
people to train with.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the thing is, that what black women have done by competing against their men, right, and holding their boys down. Guess where you're going to stay? You stay at the bottom.
You stay
Exactly.
at the bottom, and they're happy with it. That's the bad
Yeah.
part. I
Yeah.
Yeah.
can get it. You know what? I'll say this. That's even further black pill. I can forgive them if they know not what they do.
But they know what
But
they're
they
doing.
know
Exactly.
exactly what the fuck they're
Exactly.
doing. That's why you throw the fucking gauntlet at them bitches. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck all that.
In other words, that's part of that sign language, right? Is why they put it on you, right? They try to hold you down because black women are probably the most insecure group of women on the planet, and they
And
think that
obnoxious.
well, that's one of them being secure is probably one of their traits, right? But the thing is, the reason they do all this other shit is because they're insecure, right? In other words, if that man gets too far up and too far away from you, he's gonna leave him.
Yeah, because
Which is true.
you're lazy.
Well,
It's not
well,
just that.
sometimes it's not even that, man. I have very active women that make a lot of money and they're not lazy. But the thing is,
Well,
it's always that fear that they don't feel good enough.
are they in the gym and eating well consistently?
What,
I'm gonna
what I'm saying,
Rare.
what I'm saying is,
let me tackle this BGS. I got it.
can I finish? He asked
Yeah.
me a question, okay?
Yeah.
It only is going to take me like 30 seconds, okay? When I was young, all my women were like 5'8" and weighed no more than 130 pounds, okay? They weren't fat. They were actually in shape. They were in the gym. The thing is, I still had the same mindset. Go ahead, Charles.
Let me tackle this for a second. Have you ever seen a person, no matter how good they look, no matter how good they do in school, they're never doing enough in their brain? That's the same shit.
Yeah. Low
It's
self-esteem.
and plus you gotta realize black women know themselves better than anybody else. They know that they're obnoxious. They know that they're boring sometimes.
Unbearable, asshole.
Sometimes just curmudgeon.
Insufferable, yeah.
Insufferable. They know they're insufferable. They don't want you to rise up because if they see another black chick who actually treats you like shit or somebody of another culture, they know they can't compete. They
Hey.
can't compete. And they know if you have an option, they wouldn't get picked. Why do you think that video BGS put up there with the fat girl and yes, black men, you still are the garbage men. Every Thursday you come up to pick up that can. Every
It-
Thursday. I love you
and,
guys.
and,
And I'm gonna finish off with this. There's a reason why that fat chick wanted to drive the nigga. Because she know the way he looked compared to what she looked, he outclassed her in so many ways. And if she knows that if I don't pay for this stuff, if I let him go to the mall by himself, he ain't
Yeah,
gonna come back.
ain't gonna come back. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep.
like I tell some of these women every once in a while, well, it's mainly the black women. If winners do what it take, losers don't.
Yeah.
You decide.
Yeah.
That's it. I don't try to convince them of anything. You decide. Look at your habits. Is it anywhere aligned with where you say you want to be, or what you're saying what you deserve? There it is. We're not, and I tell them we are not having this conversation. This is something for you, and maybe you might need a therapist or whatever. I tell them that flat out. I said, but other than that, I said guys like me, we don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I tell them right in their face, we don't give a shit. We got one life.
Yep.
One life. You want to be a loser? That's your business. Which means I ain't got nothing to do with you. It's really that simple.
That's why it's so easy for
Yeah, pull it up, AB. This is how how black women see you
Let me
guys.
say.
Oh no, you still on your phone, AB?
Yep.
you guys,
I'm
are
doing what I got to do,
you,
BGS.
you wizards, man.
BGS, did you
Where you think you're going?
hear
Hold
that
on.
comment?
You ain't going nowhere. Done did that little thing on had me twirling on your face and stuff like that. You ain't going nowhere. You stay here now. This is your resident. So get that computer. Go ahead and fill out the paperwork so you get your mail transferred over here. Call your mama. Tell her to put your stuff on the doorstep and tell her to release that birth certificate and that social security card from up under that bed. You a man now. I'm about to go run a few errands. I'm gonna go get us some dinner started. I'm getting a steak. I'm gonna make my homemade garlic mashed potatoes. And then I'm gonna make some asparagus. I'm gonna smother that steak up with onions and mushrooms. You don't eat onions. Boy, you just had my whole body sauteed in your mouth. Them onions is the least of your damn worries. You're a man now. Man up. We together. I love you. You love me. You my king and I'm your queen. All right? Lay down. Get some rest. I want you to do that thing again. All right. Lay down. Tuck
Ah,
yourself in.
That's the way they see us.
Ah,
Hey,
bullshit.
but you know what, BGS? To her credit, that meal sounds delicious. It makes me want to go buy that shit right now.
At least he getting something out of it. God damn.
Yeah, I mean,
Most times
to
you
her
don't even cook
credit,
for
if
your
she can
black
cook
ass.
that shit right, man, that's a meal right there.
He's
That's
sold.
a hell of a man. I'm gonna
I
tell
don't care how much you make. That's the way they see you.
Yeah, that's
they
true.
don't see you. They see you as a little boy. That's why they never had a problem calling you boy.
Yep. I don't have how much money you make. I don't care how successful you are. That's what and it is.
Yeah,
It's
see that
actually
somebody.
see that way.
BGS, did y'all see the video with T.O. about he was talking to Ocho, talking about how he started dating black girls and they treat him like trash and blah blah blah, you know. And man, these sisters was, oh, it's all about black women. Oh, they started bringing up, don't he got 4 baby mamas? Don't he got this? And I'm like, man, you know how you bitches are, man.
You wish you were one.
Yeah.
Say that again.
I said they wish they were one of them. So stop
that money.
Yep, 94 watt, y'all hit the hashtag.
You got an echo change. There you go.
All right, back to normal.
All right.
Yep.
Now, where were we? But that's the way they see you. Okay.
Yeah.
I own you, Ninja.
That's all right.
That was a good one.
Well, shit. I need some stipends. I need something. I mean, if that's the case.
Yeah, they try to get you at the lowest price possible, but yeah.
Yeah,
man.
And that's where they see you.
Yeah, there's some funny bins, man. I don't know. That's what I say. I tell a lot of guys, man. You guys got way more patience than me, man. I just walk off on a bitch. I don't give a shit.
I mean,
I'll walk off on it.
I think there's a lot of brothers that do that now. I'd rather be monk.
Yeah, that's why I went onto the website.
But that's where I'm at. It's like you like you okay, keep talking crazy to me. I'm just gonna walk off on you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, walking, laughing, and this to me is I mean, in my personal experience, it's the ones that, especially the ones that I'm not even like checking.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't have bad experiences with attractive women. Not one. Excuse me, take that back. One. But other than that, it's the ones I'm not even checking for, and they getting aggressive. And I'm just looking at them like, and I'm thinking while they're talking, did I do anything to show any type of interest? No.
Mm-hmm.
Why is she acting stupid right now? And then
ugly women
crazy.
know they got to work until they die, right? It's those
They do.
4s and 5s who think they're cute and they're not ugly, but they're okay. They just need to tighten up something to get to that 5, 6. Those are the worst ones. The worst ones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I tell guys. I'm like, listen, man, these guys thinking that the better looking women have a higher body count. I'm like, no, on average, it's not them. It's the ones who aren't really good looking.
You got to think about it. If you don't look that good, you tend to give it out easier because that's the only way you're going to get male attention most of the times. So, hey, have at thee, as Thor would say. And remember, ugly girls are usually the practice girls. I'm sorry. I know. I ain't shit. I'll go get...
Target practice?
Yep. You know, it's the old saying, why do ugly and fat chicks give the best head? Because they have to.
Yeah. They get much more practice at it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You get a good-looking girl that gives that kind of head, you're going to pay for it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You're going to pay. You're going to be able... Yeah, you're going to... And I mean, American too? Oh, shit. You
just started cracking up as soon as I said that.
Because it's spot on.
Yeah. Don't ask me how I know.
Oh my God.
You know? What was the old saying?
As soon as I said it.
You know the old saying? Do you fuck on the first date? And this one chick said no. Okay, date this guy and hit me up tomorrow.
Hell, I stopped fucking on the first date, man. I got to get to know your ass first, you know.
Yeah.
I was like,
these days,
These days.
I'm like,
I very seldom fuck on the first date, man. I get
these days, man, you can't even see. These days, you can't give as good dick as you used to, man.
If I fuck her the first time I meet her, we ain't dating.
Exactly.
Fuck buddy.
Yeah.
And I've done that many a time. We ain't dating, okay? Well, we fucking the first date, but we ain't dating, and you don't know where I live either.
Yeah.
So
why do you only call me when you wanna have sex?
You don't even know my phone number. I'm not calling you no more.
Nah, you can't have the phone number. I'll put like a bat symbol on top of it.
Yeah, I heard that. You know,
Like,
2 years later, you ain't talked to me in 2 years. There's a reason for that. And who are you again?
I'm Black Man.
That's messed up. You know who this is?
You can't give away that good dick like that all the time, man. Can't give away that shit,
like
man.
old boy in that video.
Oh yeah, you will be. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's the first thing I thought. I was like, oh, he made that leg shake.
The leg shake, you in trouble. Yeah, he did. You just said you ain't going nowhere. Where you think you going?
Exactly. I might not ever get this again.
I'm buying you from your mama. That's what I'm doing.
Right.
You know. Nigga, you've been traded. You've been traded. You've been drafted.
That's right.
Oh Lord, you in the major league now.
Yeah, oh yeah, you in the baby leagues. Yeah, where
and do me a favor.
Tell that nigga get on the computer and transfer his goddamn mail. I said, oh shit.
And do me a favor, all you trash men out there. The least you can do is make the bitch lose weight. We know she ugly. At least make her lose weight. God damn trash, man. Some of y'all black dudes be looking like I could tell what y'all just came from. You came out of jail, didn't you, nigga? You did a bit or two, didn't you?
And you know, the most offended people are actually women when you say that, Charles. They're actually more offended than the men are.
Yeah,
I love it. I love it because who was that? Who was that on Kev's show?
Yeah. She didn't like that. Boy, she did not like that at all.
And I told her, prove me. What did I always say, BGS? Prove me wrong.
Yeah.
You know, as soon as you said, I was offended when you first said it, but I couldn't prove him wrong because he's right.
Yeah, we are the girl.
It stings every time I say it, and I love it.
It does, but it's true.
Your pain is substance to me.
And to my
I can hear his voice.
partners, you really fucking her? Yes, I am. In fact, I'm taking her to lunch. Oh shit. Okay.
Oh God! You need to get her a glass of water. That's what she needs.
Like, God damn, chick be looking. Like, I remember one time we were watching the UFC over my boy's house in this basement, and he was calling this one chick to come through, like, after the fight. The chick was so big, she had to come down the steps sideways.
Ooh.
What the fuck? No.
And I looked at him, and I said, Jesus Christ. I said, what the fuck y'all gonna play, peekaboo?
Yo. Oh my God.
When they said bumping uglies, it was a term of expression, not literal.
What?
You ever wonder where I be getting those them pictures of twos I be showing you?
Yeah.
That's just me just scrolling through Facebook. I be like, what the fuck? I'm like, I gotta share this.
Oh, man, them twos you be sharing. It's like, damn.
Man, you ain't lived till you had you a good two.
Ooh, no,
I guess I have.
I ain't lived.
God damn.
I'm gonna have to die without that. Pleasure.
I remember one chick, and every man had a one or two that they not proud about. But god damn, it was one chick. One of my homeboys had.
Do it. Hey, well, hey, my Peter will not rise for it.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember my homeboy was messing with, like, after the club. I've never been that thirsty after the club. Like, this dude picked up a chick and she was 400 pounds. Like, she was built like Big Man Vader. And I was like, that's why the code word is Vader. Like, yo, you fucked the chick that looked like a fucking pro wrestler, yo. Like, goddamn, that's nasty. Goddamn, that's nasty. I said, yeah.
I just can't do it, man. Physically, I can't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell no.
It's not for lack of trying. I just can't do it, man. I tried.
I promise you, I'm not impotent. I promise.
I tried. I mean, I gave it a good old college try. It just wouldn't happen.
Old college try, like, yo. Like, it's like starting up the car in the winter.
And she's naked in front of you. You have to apologize. Hey, you just ain't happening. Okay.
Oh, and you just don't want to say that you're ugly, but
my reputation has to take a hit. You know, well, that nigga can't fuck. I said, you know what? I guess not.
I think. Oh, BTS, I just got a sugar mama offer.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Hey.
Okay. No, thank you. But okay.
The competition is stiff out there, man. So
how much does she offer to pay you?
Out of nowhere.
I was about to say that.
Look.
But look.
AB. Look,
Yeah.
if it's a good deal,
yeah,
try and counter with a better deal.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It hadn't happened since the chick tried to give me $12,000 to come be with her. So,
you never know, man. She might take those dentures out and just go to town.
Good credit. She was up front. She said, I'm gonna pay you for sexual favors and shit. I was like, oh shit, like damn.
Oh damn! So she negotiated.
Yeah.
Right out. Okay.
She couldn't have been black, man.
Oh no.
I didn't check the color, so I don't know. But what you think she's white? Huh?
Yeah, black women. Black women. Their pride would get in the way.
Yeah,
that's true.
They think you're supposed to give them dick anytime on the drop of a dime.
I found it. Go ahead and pull it up, baby, if you can find it.
I've actually, like, you know what? This is why I really don't like black men sometimes. I hate being on dating apps.
Talking the same talk, then you're done and you're gonna walk away. It's just noise, Lou. Shit that you say to make yourself believe something gonna happen that ain't never gonna happen. You ain't going nowhere because there ain't nowhere for you to go. You know, I keep waiting for you to figure it out, Lou. To see what's as obvious as the nose on your motherfucking face, but you ain't never gonna see it. So I'm gonna have to say it out loud for you. So we can stop having these fucking talks because I'm tired. So let me make it plain. Let me make this shit real simple. I own you, nigga.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Man, she's on that power trip. I mean, literally the Power Universe trip.
Yeah, that was actually part of a. I think I forget an episode or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Power
I
episode.
own
Yeah.
you,
Yep.
nigga.
I own you, nigga. I said that's cold though.
Oh, she
I
said
mean,
it to her
look,
brother.
if you watch it,
That's
if
what
you
they
watch that
think,
show,
though.
man, you've never seen a black man happier than when he was with Angela. He was like running through New York, spinning around fire posts. They were kissing, and he was crying. He was just tearful and joyful every time he was with that little Latina lady. And then when he was with his wife, she was like, "You're not dealing drugs," man. It was hard to watch that show. Just
he was Jamie with Angela, and he was Ghost with.
Yeah, man, that is right on the money.
I remember
he was basically in like a.
Hey, what's up,
What's
everybody?
it called?
What's up?
What's up?
I
He was
remember
like
a chick.
dancing in the rain, singing in the rain when he was with Angela. He was
Get
shooting around,
in
kicking
the
fire
rain.
posts.
Then they start tap dancing and shit.
Yeah.
I'm like this. I had a chick one time told me, like, we could get together if you give up your comic books. I ain't never talked to the chick in 20 years.
What?
That's it.
Yeah,
You know,
now, Heifer, I ain't giving up shit.
and, you know, guess who saved the books? Bye, bitch. And they worth more. Shit.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yo, like these chicks want you to change everything. I ain't gonna change myself, but this the same chicks. Like I love it when I get chicks at the house and we sitting on the porch and they're drinking and that liquid truth serum gets to their brain. Like and they get all you hear all the insecurities, but they on social media talking about when I asked them, what are you changing for your man? Well, I ain't gonna change nothing. I did that already, but then they in closed doors. Well, I got this stomach and I think it's bad, and I'm like, where's all that bravado now, nigga? You know, I feel like that racist white guy on Django every time I talk to a black woman. Cock-a-doodle-doo, nigga. You know, the morning side on you.
My favorite is I don't want to lose myself. Okay.
Oh, that's nice.
You lost yourself in that plate.
Because you're fucking 92, that's some 92 shit, okay? 87s don't say that shit, okay? I tell you, as soon as you say that, I know what class you're in. 87, 85.
I want to lose myself.
Okay. I'm gonna lose myself. I've heard that so many times from dudes dealing with 92s. I'm afraid of losing myself.
Yeah.
That's some straight up 92 shit. Go ahead, Lewis. I'm sorry.
What time is showtime tomorrow?
What's comfortable for you guys? The normal time, like 4 Pacific.
That's about 7 for me. Yeah.
That's comfortable for you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's good.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, I'll be at work at that time. That's cool.
Yeah. So have you guys watched the neoliberal shit?
Yes, sir.
Talk about okay.
Oh yeah.
So that's like a precursor, like
about
background.
McKetty.
Yeah.
They're I mean, right now, even with the real estate collateral debt right now, I mean, the guys who's really running the show is Freddie Mac. Like a lot of people don't know that.
Yeah.
Like they really running it right. Like, they've been running it.
They have to manage it because to keep this stuff from unraveling. Okay.
Yeah.
Housing securities.
Yeah, because you got this paper all over the planet. So
exactly,
they do not have the volume that they used to have as far as new mortgages. Like they are scared of shit. And then the commercial stuff is coming into play. The only stuff I see actually working as far as real estate, I'm talking like property, not land itself.
Yeah,
are industrial zones and hospitals.
And lemonade stand.
Outside of that, man, everything else is stressed the fuck out. And that building on Wall Street is still not filled up. And this is like 6 months later.
Because the industrial zones collapsed, back in the mid-aughts.
Yeah.
So they have plenty of that. But the thing is, the commercial real estate, especially in the downtown areas, there's one guy walks through California, so like San Francisco and Oakland, man, and shows you the same shit that's happening in Oakland and in San Francisco that's happening in New York. Same shit. So
I know they've been doing. There's a lot of these cities.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
A lot of these tier 2 cities have been reformatting commercial properties at a record clip over the past 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, but you have a homeless crisis, and you have all this empty commercial property sitting there. Okay, you got to do something with it.
Yeah, it's like Columbia, South Carolina, Pittsburgh,
Oh,
Orlando,
hell,
all
Boston.
these places.
Hell, Boston's doing it right now.
Oh, now that is
They
surprising
starting. They
because I know
start.
their real estate is on lock.
Yeah, they're starting to do it. In other words, the commercial real estate that's sitting empty. Okay, they're trying to convert it.
Yeah.
And plus it helps the banks too because they're not getting any cash flow in.
That is true,
and,
especially
and the local
Go ahead, James.
city accountant.
You got go ahead, James.
No, I was
You
gonna
got-
say
you
to
got-
piggyback on what you were saying, BJ. That is true because Mayor Wu has actually made proposals to developers on the commercial space that she's willing to offer like 75% of tax rebates to developers to convert these commercial buildings into apartments, which is like oof, right in the center of downtown Boston. So yeah.
Yeah, you gotta go. Good.
Hey, Soul.
Yes. There's an echo.
Yeah, that one.
I got a question. With your economic expertise, when do you think the shoe is going to drop?
Yourself, James. Okay, now go ahead.
With your economic expertise, when do you think the shoe is going to drop?
Well,
If everything stay the same.
Well, personally, I think it's we're borderline already in it. When you look at whenever the government actually officially announces that we're in a recession, guess what usually happens? It's usually at the end or right after we're already out of it. Like, I mean,
exactly.
Every
There's
time.
No soft landing. Yep.
Yeah. So,
all right.
So
when
I
will
think,
white people start jumping out of skyscrapers?
Oh, next year in 2024 and 2025, because again, all these commercial variable loans on these, even for businesses, small business and for real estate, they're all mature. The vast majority of them are maturing next year in 2025.
They don't jump out of skyscrapers anymore. They take a fentanyl pill.
Yeah.
Or they got the 9mm and then just
it's quicker, cleaner with a fentanyl pill. One fentanyl pill, you're dead in like a minute, with no pain.
That's what I say. Yep, painless. Yep.
Yeah, painless. Real simple, and it's cheap. Okay, it's cheaper than a bullet.
Yeah. Just make sure your insurance plan is older than 3 years, and you can get it.
and tape a note to your chest that nobody actually goes with you because it's going to be coming through your pores. Charles can tell you about that. Basically, they don't like handling people with fentanyl.
Yeah,
because
that should absorb through you, and you'll have a fucking attack.
Yep. Literally get high on contact. Literally.
Yes, literally. Yeah,
not high.
High dead.
Yeah. You're right.
It sounds. I want to start playing. So, dun 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 dun. dun.
Why you wanna
hurt me, girl? I would hear that.
Actually, I was thinking Mrs. Z made his entrance.
No, Mrs. Z's working right now. He actually did a 2-hour stream before this. So.
Yeah, that's a.
And and let's not forget he was going through a drive-through more than once.
Yeah, but Nub Glory didn't show his ass up on that stream though.
Who's that? Oh man, whatever happened to what happened to his arch enemy, Mr. Feck?
Mr. Who?
Feck. What's that? What he said. What's that dude who tried to criticize the Manosphere?
Oh,
FD Signifier?
Yeah.
FD Signifier? Oh, him. Oh, Feek.
He's still around somewhere.
Yeah, Feek? Yeah, Feek.
Oh, my God.
He said, what kind of name is BGS? I said, motherfucker, what kind of name is Feek? Who calls this
Feek? He's still arguing over in the left tube stuff, and like, man, most of those people are losers or potential pedos, or just they have
how do you really feel about him?
Look, like the guy, the one guy Vosh is, man, he is. I would not let him around any of my children, my nieces, nephews, nothing.
Oh, really?
Like anyone under 18.
I mean, if you think, I'm sorry, I have to say this. You couldn't buy me for $1 to convince me FD Signifier is straight. I'm sorry.
No, he's straight. He's just a straight dude who like he
Sensitivity to
likes the
health.
fact that he has a family, has wife, kid, and he just like he justifies a lot of his stuff, but he doesn't make anything positive for boys and men other than we just have to do something for boys and men. But he doesn't try to answer the questions.
No
And
solution.
it's very sad. You know, it's why the left loses men all the time. It's like we need to solve a problem. We're not about talking about the problem because we understand that there is a problem. Let's get a solution. But you need
Because
more.
you know they fluent in bitch babble. Bitches love
Yep.
talking. Men don't. And
Look at it
and
this way,
what
Jules. Oh, go
What's
ahead,
up?
Charles.
and what fundamentally is wrong with guys like FD Signifier? I said, let me ask you this one question, right? And he has a daughter, right? What type of man do you want your daughter to marry?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that the more you push down boys, the harder it is for her to get married? Simple math. Here's another tidbit. You know, Feck or Feek, whatever the fuck your name is. God damn. When they were passing off nicknames, was this nigga taking a shit? But anyway,
Mm-hmm.
let's look at this problem really closely. Do you really, really want to see your daughters independent and by themselves and struggling out here, even with a degree? Or do you want to protect it? Now, think of the solutions you want your daughter we should do for black men and black boys. Because last time I checked, if black men really want something like any other man on this earth, we'll go get it.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll say the biggest thing I have with the left is that they are the epitome of what Alan Roger Curry would have called the rise of the beta male revolution. Like that those guys who are losers who are winning because there's no other kind of competition, right? And the men other than them are doing well, and there's men in between them who are just not catching on financially or economically, and they're the ones who are really getting shit. But someone like Bosch or Destiny or all these people, they're losers in any other scenarios. Not even
What
like
you
in the
call?
Revenge
Wait
of
a
the
minute.
Nerds way. They are
Destiny-
super losers.
Hold on, wait a minute. What you call Destiny BGS a twink?
A twink, yeah, he's a twink.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, and he's not even like a fit twink. I mean, like I lived in DC long enough where I'd see like twinks all over the place who are like actually in decent shape. He just looks sloppy built, like he just snapped like kindling.
Yeah,
He's also
and he's also known. He does a bunch of gish galloping. He does Iron Manning, straw manning, and I didn't realize that like when he has his phone, he has all the people in his Discord providing him with the facts and figures when he tries to do his running and on of answers. I was like, oh my god, this is the biggest fucking cheat in the world. Like, there's no way I would ever.
he's crowdsourcing.
Anyways,
yeah.
Damn.
not to mention, he will try to like. Well, essentially, we have these discussions and whatnot. Like you said, Jules. The thing is, like, to use a Mark Twain quote, if there was money in the truth, people would be speaking it more often. But this reminds me of an old conversation, an old discussion I remember a couple of McTels had, where they said, when they mentioned all these talking heads and whatnot, these people are going back and forth, babbling because there's no money. It's all about winning the arguments, not finding a solution. It's about trying to prove who's right or who's wrong and not finding the truth. Because if you fix this problem, what the hell are these guys gonna be talking shit and making money and talking shit about? That's what these guys are about.
Well, you got to
Just spin
think
around
about it.
circular conversation shit.
Well, you got to think about it. You can't find a solution just talking. You can't. If you're trying to find me wrong, but you can't prove me wrong, then your argument is invalid. And you get a guy like Destiny and god damn, man, you know what? Was he out taking a piss or sitting down? We know he pisses sitting down, but was he out taking a piss for his nickname too? God damn. But
I mean, it's a moniker, but I know what you're talking about.
I mean,
there are a couple of guys. One guy who I thought had a really good sense of geopolitics was Michael Brooks, and he passed away early 30s, but he had a good sense of that, and he was not deep on the champagne socialist BS. I mean, he would talk about that, but he was good about like describing the situation and not necessarily prescribing a bunch of like BS things like you should let your wife have a bunch of sex with random men, and you
You
should
should
be
let
good
your
with
wife.
being
You
pegged
should
by
let
other
your wife peg
people.
you.
Yeah,
You should
talking
let
about
your
real
wife.
issues. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, sir.
You should let your wife peg you. You should give all your money to your wife and kids, and don't ask for nothing in return.
No.
But
Oh,
but
wow.
when you talk about these issues, there's a fundamental thing they don't realize that men push the needle forward. If
Yep.
the men sign off and say fuck all this shit,
Yeah.
the vandals are coming. The vandals are coming.
Worse than that, the society will just collapse.
It will collapse.
It'll
Yeah,
collapse.
it's really simple.
The vandals come in after society collapsed, not before.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They come in when it's not when it's good, when it's it's easy pickings. They're not going to come in when they know there's still some people resistant. They want to come in when there's the least resistance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh,
But
no,
look at it this way. Here's another example. Let me give you another example. Imagine if the sanitation workers went on strike. Who's gonna pick up the garbage?
No, that's true. Yeah.
Or if the telephone company employees go on strike, or the electric company folks go on strike.
black man.
And it's a basically it's a highly complex civilization that you live
Yes.
in, and any piece that
Yeah.
falls off is can actually cascade the next piece. Okay.
Yeah.
BGS, sir. One question.
Uh-huh.
What do you call that game where it's like a tower of blocks
Oh, Jenga. Yeah.
where you try to pull each one out and everything?
Yeah. It's Jenga. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is basically. That's what society is.
Yeah.
Because it's like playing a game of Jenga by yourself, and you're trying to figure out
Yeah.
what pieces are vital, which aren't.
And back in the 70s and 80s, I think was it Canadian Broadcasting or was it BBC? There's a thing called connections, right? How all these complex things actually connect to each other, right? And
Mm-hmm.
and how one little thing, like say a fuse that trips up in a power station in New York and infect the whole country, all the way across the country, as a cascade effect. Okay. The thing is, we live in such a delicate balance of things, right? Like when China shut down, right? All of a sudden, the supply chain got fucked up. Masks, paper goods, all kinds of shit you couldn't get, man. Even things that salt and pepper packets, okay, you
Yeah.
couldn't get them, okay.
Yeah.
We don't realize how complex this just-in-time society that we built affects us from one day to the next. We don't have stores and stores of parts and supplies in one little spot or one warehouse. No, it's all spread out all the way across the globe. And when you start breaking that stuff up, that's one reason that you have inflation, right? When you start breaking up these connections, the supply chain, okay, has to be made up someplace else. It's going to cost you more to actually rebuild the supply chain like in the United States. Like it's going to cost you more money to have people to do the same thing they do in China.
That's right.
You're going to have to pay 3 times the amount. So
Yes.
every time you cut off like China or Asia or someplace like that, it's going to cost you 3 times the amount. Like just like cutting off gas and oil in Europe, right? Okay. Now Europe inflation has gone through the roof because it has to be replaced by a supplier, which costs 5 times the amount to get the same kind of gas. Okay.
Yeah.
And sooner or later, that's going to affect your bottom line, okay? Because the prices just went up.
Yeah, people don't realize how quote unquote advanced societies, how expensive it is. Like, people they really don't get it at all. And aside from like here and a few individuals in my life, I typically don't even talk about it because when someone asks a question, you give them the direct answer and the source. They look at you like, blinders.
Like deer in the headlights. Like
it's like Jesus.
What do I do with that?
It's like, come on, man. You got your phone right there, man. It's right there.
Yeah. I think it used to be. This is years ago, right? The average item on your plate traveled 1,800 miles. The average item. Okay. That's a long, serious supply chain.
Yeah.
All of it didn't come from the United States. Okay.
Yeah.
Like most of your meat most of your burger meat, the hamburger meat that comes to McDonald's and other fast food restaurants comes from Latin America, Argentina, Chile, Peru, places like that, right?
Yeah.
That's where it comes from. It doesn't come from the United States. It's actually brought, actually frozen in big ass blocks, put on a steam on a transport ship, and actually, along with the fat that goes along with it, right? When they have to mix it up, and then
Yeah.
shipped to the United States into a factory, they mix it back up and turn it into hamburger patties. It's a long ass supply chain.
Yep. That's why the burgers there are like $3. Well, I guess $2 to $5, $2 to $6.
Yeah.
People don't get it.
If you had to do that in the United States, it's going to cost you more.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's going to cost you more. So when the things, when you cut off one thing, okay, what's going to replace it? Because you're going to have a replacement for it. And how much is it going to cost, like in labor, right?
That's right.
So if they cut off a supply chain here, across the ocean, you try to replace it here, okay, what do they replace it with? Is it people? Is it technology? Is it automation? How are they going to replace it? Okay.
Yep.
So it's going to cost you jobs.
Yes.
Okay. We already starting to see it. Okay. I'm starting to see it.
Well, the thing is, especially with the wages that a lot of people aren't even aware of, is, I mean, if you adjust salaries every single year, the salaries have actually been on decline since affirmative action.
Right.
Like literally, I rarely ever say that, and the few times I did in person, like, and we talking quote unquote educated people, masters plus, they don't even freaking know. Even in finance or econ or even in the federal government, they don't even know. I'm looking at them like, dude, like, you don't know that? Like, you can't tell that, your dollar's not going, like, this is before obviously the last few years.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, man, there's more people with a piece of paper, but you're actually making less money. Like, they don't get it. They don't see it.
One's purchasing power has been compromised to an extent. Inflation and stagflation. Not to mention, the cost of living has gone up while wages have remained stagnant. It's been a long time coming.
They're forced into it now because prices have been rising so quickly. Okay, people that were comfortable are not comfortable anymore. They're asking for more money. They have to.
Well, the thing is, right? If people don't realize, forget about just taxes, just inflation alone. Let me just show you how, because people love compound, the power of compound. I'm like, y'all don't really understand how this shit works. So let's say inflation is, I'm shooting low. Let's say inflation is 3% every single year. Every year.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's only do it for 10 years, right? You get whatever you get paid, but you're only getting a pay raise, let's say max at 3%. People think they're making more money. Nominally, it went up. Your real wage actually has been going down every single year, compounded, not including income taxes. That's what people don't see. So if it's been 3 times 10, you are way behind. And this is why I tell people, if you are not a top 10 percenter, this is why I say this. If you're not a top 10 percenter income earner, like, it's highly unlikely, highly improbable that you are advancing financially. It is, I don't want to say it's impossible. It's just, it's borderline there. Like, seriously. That's what's been going on.
Yeah.
For decades.
Yeah. The only thing that's actually kept you comfortable is lower wages elsewhere.
Yes.
And bringing products in from low wage nations.
Exactly.
Otherwise, you would have been in the streets protesting and rioting and all kind of shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you break that up, guess what's going to happen?
Chaos.
Go ahead, James.
I was gonna say, I just read that RFK Jr. is running as independent. I don't know if you had know.
Yeah, I saw it.
And I'm like, man, it's crazy to see that they denied him CIA protection as a candidate, which I thought they are supposed to receive.
Secret Service?
Yeah, Secret Service. Excuse me. I'm sorry, Secret Service. Yeah.
Yeah.
For training. I was shocked.
Have you been seeing the stuff that he's been putting out?
Yeah.
I'm not against what he's saying.
No, I agree.
Unfortunately, it makes sense why they did it. Like he's on his own.
It kind of reminds me of Ross Perot back in the day when he started speaking some truths, and he had to go his own direction.
Yeah, man. In my opinion, a lot of times the people who should be in either won't get enough influence or just won't be in because the things that need to be done it just isn't popular. And again, it's politics is like religion. It's emotions. It gets people at their base level, and it kills them in the long run. Hey, let's take the Band-Aid off right the F now. Let's just get it over and done with right now. It's gonna suck for all of us. Let's just do it right now. But people don't want to do it.
Everybody want to do it nice and slow, because the threshold pain ain't there yet for some people.
Yeah.
Everybody want to be handled with kid gloves in a sense.
You remember when Ross Perot ran that commercial that was like 30 minutes going over the federal deficit and how trade was going out? I watched it as a kid and I didn't understand anything. But I watched it 5 years ago, 2 years ago, and I was like, oh my God, this guy was way ahead of his time.
Yeah. Early 90s.
And you don't have people like that who are actually talking about dollars and cents. What is actually happening in your economy? What's happening in your local market?
You do what they don't run.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
How come Rand Paul won't run? That's why.
Yeah,
because you're end up being a target.
Well, look what happened to his father.
The CIA should be protecting RFK Jr. I was like, no, you really don't want that. Yeah, no, but they said the CIA first. I was yeah. If you had them, they would push him down a flight of stairs. They would poison his coffee with Drano. I mean, they would mess him up. Like you
He's a loose cannon when you think about it.
It'd be a Justin news report. Unfortunately, that's what would happen.
Excuse me, a Justin news report.
Yeah,
I don't follow.
Basically, just random.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because
certain things I just don't know terms of.
It's if you follow enough of the people who've peeled through the data, it's clear who deleted his father, and he knows it too, but he doesn't seem like he really cares about that too much. Like it's not necessarily that he wants to get on a vengeance mission, but it's clear that he could be someone who would upset the apple cart. And I think someone like Trump honestly opened up the gate for anyone who has like a grievance to make their stake and try and run the state.
He rocked the boat way too hard. The thing is, was what some people think. I mean, but then again, who can rock the board any harder than it is?
Well,
that was very hard to rock the boat.
Exactly. Like I was saying, man.
I wish he had. Go ahead, please.
Well, briefly, what I was saying is, the guy, like I said, one of the guys that I know. I mean, again, the guy he reports to Congress. Like, he was like, they are, and this is like last tax season. He was like, yo, they are scared of Trump. He said, I believe Trump could get in again. And this is not no slouch. CPA, blah, 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 closed banks, yada, yada, yada. And I said, I can see that. That's exactly what I said. And we always laugh, because he's Indian. He's Indian and I'm black. So it's like you see us having these conversations. People looking at us like,
I got two words for you. Grover Cleveland.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was, for those of you who don't know, he was your 22nd president and he was your 24th president.
Yeah.
Benjamin Harrison beat him, who's from my state, beat him. Then he lost to Grover Cleveland again. So there's precedence for Trump to get elected again.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
My,
I'm looking up Ross Perot's bio here, but my question is, he was pretty tiny, wasn't he? He was pretty diminutive.
Yeah,
He might have
Yeah.
been 5'3" at the top end.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But he was one of those.
5'3",
He
and
did.
he had that twang and everything. So
Yeah.
and he had those big ears.
He did pay a bunch of ex-Green Berets, like Charles type of guys, to go in and rescue some of his employees who were held hostage.
He did. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a serious dude.
Yeah, he was a real deal, man.
Yeah,
He was a tech company. He was a real deal. Ross Perot.
Ross Perot. Yeah. He was legit.
He became a Republican in 2000, and he was remained Republican until his death in 2019.
I didn't realize he died.
89 years of age. Plus, he served in the Navy for like 4 years. Reached the rank of lieutenant.
The man was a billionaire.
Yeah. He was like an early billionaire too. He made like some health. He made like some health data information systems back in like the 70s, and then just rode it out. And then I think sold part of it to IBM, maybe.
Wow.
But like, yeah, he figured it out. He's one of those guys who was like military World War II type or Korean War, and then just that discipline just carried him on through the rest of his life.
Yeah, Ross Perot.
Actually worked for IBM for a time. He was a salesman for him.
There you go.
Ross Perot to me was like a momentum guy, man. Once he got rolling, it was hard to really, unless you had a huge establishment to go against him, because he was always locked in. Especially through his commercials, everything. Yeah, he always kept it 100.
Yeah.
I got a question. Let's say Trump gets in. What would you advise? Okay. Would it make sense for Trump to come in this state of the economy, knowing what he knows, and obviously, would it make, you know what I mean? Because it could crush him, right? Because the damage is already done. Is there any way to revitalize this?
Well,
mitigate the damage is what you want to do.
Yeah, that's about it. Plus, it's going to be his last term anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we know NATO's dead if Trump gets in.
Yeah.
The first week.
You ain't shit first week.
Man, but he could do some executive order stuff that could just, he could be like executive order, affirmative action is dead for all white women. And then
I don't know if he's gonna do that one, but yeah.
He could say reparations for the African Americans. You know, if you come in here as a foreigner, no. But like, you know what I mean? Like, he could really just scorch
reparations he couldn't do, but affirmative action, that's really what he could do that one.
He could at least do an executive action as for a committee.
And you already know transgender's out the window, so he
the witch's hammer, man. What Gigi called the witch's hammer, bro. He's gonna just come in.
Oh yeah. That's first on the block.
Yo, first week, man, he is looking at the chessboard like
he could.
And the question still stands, folks. Will he live to see 2024? Because he could kick the bucket at any minute. He's not as old. He's not as surprised to think. A lot can happen in.
He's vital, man.
13 months.
I mean, if you
Biden's still around,
Yeah, I mean, Biden is like falling everywhere. Trump look. I mean, compared to Biden, Trump looked like a kid. I mean, in terms of energy.
Biden is.
Yeah.
He's got what, dementia, Alzheimer's, or something, and he's practically a geriatric. He's in his 80s.
Yeah, he practically is.
He is a geriatric. I take that back. He is a geriatric. But then again, I said this to BG.
What does geriatric start, man? 100 years old or what, man?
No. Let me. Yeah, he is a geriatric, but let's put it this way: they're both a couple of senior citizens. You know.
Yeah, well, I'll take Trump's ass. Especially when Trump get mad. Oh yeah, I like that. I like we talk that shit.
I'm sorry. You like it when he gets mad?
I'm a policy guy, man. I could care less whether they get mad.
Yeah.
I don't care, man.
I like when he turns up, man. Trump when he turns, especially when he talk about the transgenders, man. That man ain't. Man, he ain't playing no games.
Well, of course he was. Once he gonna grab.
He's a showman.
Yeah.
A
Yeah,
crocodile
once you
Dundee,
see,
grabbed by the crocodile Dundee, huh? Just oh,
Yeah,
are
grab
you a
by the
Sheila?
coochie, huh?
Are you a Sheila or not?
You see what you see what she's doing here. You see how she's disrespecting me like that. You asking me dumb stupid questions. Next question. Next person. And dude is, yo, you don't give a
You're not
shit.
saying it right. You're not saying it well. You're saying it all wrong, Fauci. You gotta understand. I'm the smartest one in here. I got all the answers. Don't worry. It's gonna be spectacular. It's gonna be
It's
great.
going to be tremendous.
Tremendous. I mean, but first of all, how am I gonna trust a man whose hands are the size of a baby's when he balls them into a fist?
Mm.
Shout out to Jimmy Joey, call him Donnie Tiny Hands.
Baby hands. I remember,
man.
was it Lonzo Ball who calls them baby hands?
Man.
I remember, was it like
You gotta understand, you know,
They
It's
both
being
going
good
to
with,
be
with
people.
this,
wonderful. It's going to
What's
be
that
great.
shit? What's that shit he said?
in bad heels. He's got in bad heels. He's got what bone spurs in one of his feet, one of his legs.
What's that shit he said? They're good people on both sides.
There's good people on both
you
sides.
know, when I tell a chick when I'm meeting a new chick or a new intern, I always tell her that my penis is huge. It's
Man,
huge.
Oh my
I
god.
mean, it's because it's like I popped 2 Viagra's. You know, it's huge.
Man.
but hey,
Yeah, it was something new when he was in there.
we will see.
I don't think he could try to test what you call go into a dick measuring contest with certain presidents because there were some who used to brag about being packing and shit. LBJ, anybody?
Selch, I got a question for you.
Uh-huh.
With RFK Jr. going independent, right? How does this how does this put him in a position? Obviously, being a homegrown Democrat, and then now trying to go this independent route, create space for him to even get on these political platforms because it seemed like they just isolating him out, even though he does have a strong following from what I see.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
he media weight behind him that the media created, and also he created as well. Like you got to realize, Trump has been in the let's say what 30 years he's been in the public eye,
Yeah,
at least.
Okay.
longer than that.
Yeah, I mean, like, I remember seeing him in like Home Alone. I remember seeing him on
Yeah.
The Simpsons.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he's just always been there, and
Yeah.
and
Home Alone 2 at the Plaza Hotel at the lobby.
Mhm.
yeah.
So
I
what
mean, he's a
about
public figure.
so
Go
what
ahead.
about RFK? Like, how does that play to his advantage?
He's American royalty. I mean, the Kennedys came over in coffin ships 200 years ago, and Joseph Kennedy worked himself into. He was the head of the SEC before it was called the SEC. He was one of the first people who ran a Hollywood studio. After that, he was one of those guys who made money off of stuff that the SEC later made illegal, and then he
Mhm.
took all that money and ran Hollywood studios. And they also ran a bunch of unions in the Boston, Massachusetts area that
Yeah.
excluded black people, and that's why I never understood why black people supported the Kennedys. I mean, I do understand, but
Come
if you
on,
know their history,
man.
yeah,
Come
it's
on,
hard to
man.
follow it.
Well, you know, black folks love the Democrats.
Yeah.
They put Biden with
Love
it.
Massa.
Crime bill. They voted for Clinton. Crime bill. The women wanted Hillary. Crime bill and a whole bunch of other stuff. Come on,
Come on,
man.
man. As long,
You're
Hey,
forgetting the
speaking
one
of
more term,
speaking of
Fauci.
come on,
Fauci, you're
you know.
forgetting
Joe
one more
Biden,
term.
wait, speaking of Joe Biden, did y'all see him mispronounce LL Cool J's name?
Oh man, that dude.
I mean, I'm not surprised.
He's
And
80
then
something, man. He's 80 something. See
but hold
now,
on,
let
wait
it
a minute,
go.
wait a minute. And then he called him a boy.
Oh, now you
I just see that.
No, I
if he
just have
knocked him out, he would have went to dust.
I just have one question for any black male that's still supporting the Democrat Party for some odd reason. Are you a boy?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you
Yeah.
know,
And by the way, ask Charlemagne if he's still black.
Come on, man.
Damn, you ain't shit for that, Charles.
I never claimed to be. I'm like a poor man's version of J.R. Ewing. That's all I am.
They gotta stay away from politics on that show, man. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, it is.
It's bad. It's
Especially
like,
after that
come on,
Larry
man.
Elder stint. Yeah, that was bad. That was
It's
embarrassing.
like, come on, guys, man. Is anyone doing their homework? Like,
No, I mean that to be like,
you know what made it really bad?
What?
Not only their performance was horrible, but I don't know what's up with so many black shows. They got to put an obnoxious, loudmouth black chick all up in there when he's asking questions or answering questions. What's the purpose of you there, chick? You're not the show. You're not the host. You don't do anything but be obnoxious.
You know, she is ratchet as hell, man. I follow her on Instagram. Before she was on that show, I follow because she started popping up on my feed. And I'm looking at her. I'm like, yo, this is a professional. And then I saw her on the show. I'm like, wait a second. All right, I see what time it is. Like,
what are we talking about?
I don't remember the girl's name, man. To be honest with you, girl, she's a grown ass woman. She in her 40s.
This ain't Angela Yee we talking about, are we?
No.
Oh, that one.
No, because she left. She left the show.
Yeah, Angela got her own thing. She's doing her own thing. She's smart. She was smart for doing it.
She got out when the getting was good.
Yep.
You really don't want to be.
Yes, you remember that chick's name that was going in Larry Elder? I can't think of her name.
Let me see.
Shit. You doing something? Okay.
Breakfast Club. What's this chick's name?
Shit.
I could see her face too.
The light skin chick.
This is why I stopped watching that shit long time ago. Long time ago. Like Ray Mack would say.
You actually watched it? I'm amazed with you.
Yeah.
Damn.
No, I said I haven't watched that in a long
bring
time
her
on YouTube.
Oh, they bring her out to like be an attack dog. A lot of times.
She's a good one.
yeah, she's good at that. But she's good at like upsetting the room, but she's not good at like landing a point.
Oh no. What's this bitch's name?
Because I remember what's his name? The funky academic used to go Teslin Figaro. That's what it is.
Who?
Teslin Figaro. She's the woman who was charging at Larry Elder on the Breakfast Club.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's the chick. Okay.
Yeah, because she's done that a couple times on MSNBC. She's like the resident black woman who they bring in, and she's been on Fox News, MSNBC, all this stuff.
The angry black woman, huh?
Yeah, and they wonder why people have this image. Y'all consistently put those type of chicks in front of the screen. Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, she's good at articulating a bunch of nothing.
Yeah.
There you
What's
go.
the name again?
There you go.
That's why Joanne still has a job, huh?
There you go again.
Theodora.
Black queens. Look, I just want to make sure my black queens can say whatever they want without retribution. Okay.
Now, Charles, don't talk about Dr. Umar like that.
Like Dr. Umar. You know what? Dr. Umar, would you marry these black queens? Hold on, brother.
That's exactly what he would say. Oh man.
You know what? Let Dr. Umar go marry Sultana. Good luck with that.
Hey.
Sultana look like you need a tetanus shot and a booster shot just from looking at her. Ew.
Yeah.
What about? Did you see the video clip when she said when she was in London? Like I'm just trying to eat a nigga's ass to get my pussy stretched in the middle. I'm like,
wait, what?
Yeah, she said that in the middle. Middle of London.
Oh, salad. Oh, you in some shit now?
I mean,
old DB would say.
I mean, some of these people is just disgusting, man.
Don't even get me started on Sexy Red to look like a dude.
Sexy Red looks
like is that actually a dude? That's the question I've wondered. That's the question I should ask. What
she
that
looks like
is?
a cigarette butt that's just been finished. I'm about to pour a little beer whiskey on it just to make sure it's out before I put it in the ashtray. Like she is. Oof. It is hard to look at that woman.
Well, I don't know who that is.
Yeah. Don't feel bad because I didn't know who she was either till the BET Awards came around.
Oh,
Sexy Red.
Sexy
Sexy
Red. I did
Red.
not
You
know who
talk
that
about
heifer was.
you talk about Brian Anthony Logan and drag.
No, I gotta look at that.
No,
Oh, that chick. Oh yeah. Oh,
no, you talking about young Thug's sister, man. Look at
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
She look like Young Thug.
yeah,
She got a
man.
face. She got a face harder than a jail sentence, man. God dang.
Well, the degeneracy it pays now. So that's you know what I mean.
Well, it pays very well.
Yeah. So hey.
Anytime you got a chick that says she just
That is
wants her,
wretched. Oh my
anytime you
god.
got a chick that says she wants her pussy ate, she wants to eat a dude's ass and her pussy stretched.
It's like,
Oh man, come on, man.
Yeah.
There's no what's that? What I always say, just let them have no laws. Everybody, let them get no laws. STDs running around, no hospitals, no law enforcement. Just put them all in the can. No laws, no rules, nothing.
You know,
Imagine her rolling up in a Bentley asking for some Grey Poupon. You know, like, that's that type of lady.
Why?
Just
No, Jules, don't do that. Don't do that. Ugh.
you know, the seeds in that Grey Poupon. It's so nasty.
God.
Oh
damn.
man.
Don't do that, man. Oh man.
God damn. Yeah, man. That's why I say I let him die on that sword. I'm not going anywhere near that shit. Hell no. I don't want to be associated. I like to tell these women, my life is good and I got an even brighter future. I'm good.
So G, you better start singing like the late Bishop Bullwinkle. Hell
man.
no to the no.
Oh my
Hell
God.
to the no. Hell to the no. To the no. Listen here, boy. And they still use that on Snowman in the Morning, by the way.
No.
Yeah, it's
oh my goodness.
it's
I
like
mean,
it's like damn, man. It's like I'm
Yeah.
sorry,
I mean,
just laugh.
I don't know. I just saw what this chick looked like.
Wait a minute, Spayman. Spayman. That's an insult to the $20 stripper. Don't do that.
You ain't lying. Yeah, $20 stripper look a lot better than that, bro.
I thought that was like a dude trying to pass for Mia Khalifa when I looked at that stinking ass. I'm like, whoosh, get the hell away from me. Be gone. Be gone.
Yeah, don't do that.
Should have broke out the holy water.
$20 strippers look better than that. Good Lord.
Silicone and all.
Yo.
Yep.
I don't know, man. I just can't.
You know what? Considering this person's name is Sexy Red, just to quote Chris Bass. What in the all types of blue hell?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
No dispute there.
Oh, by the way, AB, Chris Bass, he started a YouTube channel. He does a stream like on Saturday mornings.
Mm-hmm.
We're checking out. Got a chance to join that stuff earlier today. Well, yesterday in my case.
BGS, if RFK is running independent, and now this is just a joke question because I know the answer to this, but you think Mariam Wilson has a shot?
No.
Yeah.
RFK is different is because he's got a name. Okay, he's got a pedigree. Okay, most other people don't. That's why I was trying to ask. I was asking DC. Okay, and why he's so dangerous is because he does have a pedigree. You know, what our liberals say, oh no, he don't have a shot, and nobody's gonna have to nobody's gonna have to vote for him. He said,
what?
That's what he said.
Wow.
He said, remember his uncle, and when he tried to run, I said, yeah, he got defeated twice by Jimmy Carter and Bill Clinton. I said it's called Chappaquiddick.
I remember that conversation. Yeah. And
Yeah,
You said
go
with
ahead.
the I can't remember the name of the incident. You go ahead.
Yeah, that's that Chappaquiddick, right? Remember that? It's Chappaquiddick scandal. That's how come will never be elected president. But his nephew doesn't have those problems. Okay, he's got a
Yeah,
Kennedy name.
yeah. The man's been clean.
Yeah.
So
Oh
I
yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
he's clean. He knows his stuff, but I mean, I don't think he's gonna win, but he's gonna get votes. I mean,
yeah. I mean, he's definitely gonna cause a disruption within the Democratic Party.
Oh yeah. With him, and then you got West running.
I feel sorry for him.
Cornel West running Green Party, which is
Dr. West
which is Black Bernie bro. So yeah, they got a lot of issues.
No, they do. It's even to the point where, and obviously, I think you agree, the economical state for even higher income earners are even, again, looking at some, the current policies. It's like, okay, what's the alternative?
well, even when Biden came in and he was saying that he was going after supposedly the rich, and I was telling people even before stuff was signed, I said, dude, you guys don't get it. The people that they continuously keep on saying are rich are people making like 400,000. I'm like, yo, they ain't rich, man. And they know that. I said, this is how I know you guys really don't know what these guys are talking about. Mm-hmm. So obviously, when it came in, people in that 200 to 400 range guy. I mean, I'm like, yo, why is it so hard for you guys to see this shit, man? Like, just look at their track record, policies, man. That's it. Look at their policies, the shit they signed off on. Don't listen to them.
Yeah.
It's largely because most Americans don't understand what rich is, what wealth is.
No.
And they compare that to income. And look, 100,000 a year is a great income. But if you own
in the Midwest,
it's the starting
parts of the South too. But yeah. But like if you own, let's say, an area in central Georgia the size of Rhode Island, I mean, the type of things you can do with that, just clearing off the land for trees every 20 years and reseeding, that'll pay for all your kids and your kids' kids for everything, right? And there are families who do that type of stuff. Like America has a ton of just economic levels and layers that really prevent like a hard recession from happening where, I don't know, it's more diffuse. You'll feel it in certain areas.
It depends.
Yes.
Yeah.
It depends. Against the average stuff, it has a lot of that's a big what can take a hit. Thing is, can take a major hit.
Yeah, that's
like a economic collapse, global collapse, like it almost happened in 2008. They can't take that kind of hit.
Exactly. But the difference is, obviously, as long as most of them they're not buying dumb things. The thing is, they own the production. This is what. So depending on what industry that they're in, but the wise ones, the shit is monitored every day. That's why I tell people there's no days off when you're at the top.
No,
every day. Think about this. If you're gonna pay someone $1, $2, $3, $4, $1 million a year, think about this. And I'm not talking about corporations. I'm talking about at the family offices, which very few people even know even exist. Family offices.
Elon, all the people who are worth, let's say, 9 figures have a family office. Some 8-figure people too.
Yeah, it's a whole. We're talking a whole different ball game. Those guys don't fuck around, man. They hire. Like,
they have their farms. They have like 5 Sauchis on the line as their guy.
Listen, when you work for them, you can only work for them.
Yep.
Period. You're making $250,000 to $1 million a year.
You work for the family, huh? Literally.
By the way,
yes.
By the way, Sauchi, we got to link up.
Yeah, I mean we're not far.
Yeah, I'll give you my email. Then I'll put my number in the email.
Yeah,
I'll put it in the back chat.
Jules, to piggyback what you were saying, I think in America, especially in our community, they just don't take numbers, finance very serious.
It's not entertainment.
It is,
it's
unfortunately.
It's one of those things like for example, I have friends, right, who have 401k plans, and I say, yo, I think every quarter you should, do a checkup, find out what's going on, be involved.
Yeah.
And they have this concept like, oh, I don't have to worry about that, X, Y, Z. And I sit here, I said, and these are the same folks who be like, well, I want to be an entrepreneur. I want to do, and I'm like, you don't even do the basics, man. Like,
man, when I try to tell, well, I don't really try it anymore. I seriously, I don't, because it's like, because I get comments like, oh, you sound like a Republican. Oh, you sound condescending. What are you talking about?
Your future?
I'm talking about numbers here, policy. Technically, I ain't gotta give you this information. I can get paid $500, $1,000 to give you. I'm giving this shit to you for free. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I've learned my lesson. They don't want I've clearly not all.
I bought Salchi a nice lunch for his insight on what I should do and what.
Yeah, it's like
I've gotten through 2 of the 6 books, and it has given me a little more insight into what I need to do, and I'm on the right path. But it helps me to refine. Yeah, you should always be learning. Always.
Exactly. And the crazy thing with me is like, I want us to win. So it's like, you want guys like us giving you the information.
Yeah, this is a post.
What's wrong with you?
This is a post elevated graduate course. Okay, all kinds of stuff. People don't realize it for free.
Yeah. But again, you know what? When I look back, my father, he would go through it too. Remember?
Yeah.
My father wasn't. Well, he did kind of go to. Well, he was in this. I didn't even know this until a few years ago. He was in the D.C. area because my grandfather was an ambassador. But even in Africa, like a lot of the family members, they're like, because my dad was he stuck to the, he had the character and disciplined and the engineer, and but like even when he would get in there, man, like I get the same reaction that he would get. Obviously, they had way more admiration and respect for him, obviously, because he was born out there and all this other stuff. But it's the same thing, and people think it's just like Black Americans. No, I just think it's in the blood, bro. I'm dead serious. Like, a lot of Africans are the same fucking way.
Yeah, they are.
Like, so it's sad because it's
You're
just
talking long-term planning versus short-term satisfaction, and that's a human thing. It was really
but they take it like you don't want them to have any fun. I never said that. All I'm saying is you put these things in order, and then you just monitor the shit.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. And then I tell them, go live your life. That's the purpose of this.
Yeah, you talk to your CFA, you talk to your CP or CPA or whoever is your advisor once a year, and maybe once a quarter, maybe biannually. If it's like a condition like now, maybe once a quarter. And then you hope that you are having, like, I think at certain ages you should have your investments, dividends, and returns recreating what you would already put in. So if you would
and try to get your family all on the same page, because that's my problem.
That's the hardest part, man.
Because you have so many people tethering off of you, man, that you need, that drain your money, drain your time. So
if you have an army of people working together,
that's why families, that's one reason why Black families, if they get 1 or 2 people, right, that's why come they still fail, because the family, he's got it and he's going that way. So instead of me trying to learn it, let me use him. So
exactly,
man.
Yeah,
like I that's why I try to underplay how well I do, because I know I know that outright I do better than everyone in my family, and I have other people who do well, but they show off. Like I drive a Honda. I have cousins who. And I have a sister. They drive like Mercedes G-Class, like.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you make $135K. Like, I wouldn't do that, man. What are you doing? I walk. You know what? I have a nice bike that's like about $1,000, that I ride around
Mhm.
a lot of places.
Mhm.
But like in general, man, I play it low key. I don't want you
Yeah.
to know anything. I will ask
Which
for
is
money.
smart.
So I think you don't. I think I have something.
Which is two things. Actually, saves you money, also protects you because you're not flashy. Okay, you're just a
Exactly.
regular dude, and nobody targets you.
That's right.
Mm.
Yeah,
I
Peace,
mean,
yeah.
man.
Jules, I remember you saying you're half Haitian, right?
Yes, sir.
So am I, right? So there's facets in Haitian culture where, and maybe in African culture as well, where it's like you have certain elders who look at you as still a child, even though you're far more educated, um, different experiences.
My mother
Yes.
So you
is
understand
60
what I'm about
something
to
years
say, right?
old. She
Right?
still think we went to the movies probably like 2 years ago, and she thought a bunch of teenagers were acting up. She thought she was going to protect me. She's like 5'2", 120 pounds. I was like, I picked her up and was like, lady, please get behind me. Get,
Let me
get-
remind you.
Mhm.
Yeah, I did that to my mother when I was like 21. She
Yeah.
talking shit, so she was laying on the bed talking. I just picked her up, put her on.
Mhm.
Okay, now what?
I got to put you on your shoulder, on my shoulder now.
Yeah.
Don't make me change your diaper.
Yeah.
Luckily she's not that old.
Mhm.
Please continue, James. Please.
Bottoms up.
So I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought I interrupted
Oh
you.
no. Yeah. So I was saying. One of the things that I battle with, and you may battle this as well, Selji, right? Where
Yeah.
it seems like, for some odd reason, especially the women, when I go through this frustration with my own mother, it's like, okay, you tell me you want me to be the smart, educated young black man, but then when it comes to giving you advice, it's like, oh no, you don't know what you're talking about, right? So it's like,
Because I'm better than you. Yes.
yes, and
Yeah.
and I didn't realize that obviously when I was younger and I was coming on to this space, that this superiority complex when it comes to um, women and men, it's like crazy.
You can't outdo the queen. No, come on.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
Mhm.
I've witnessed that. I don't have that dynamic with my mother, but
Yeah.
definitely like my older sister and like other
They
female
were
family
they
members.
were raised in the United States,
Yeah.
right? They were raised in the United States, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, well, yes. Well, my older sister, she was born, and for the most part, she came when, like, right after I was born, and she's 6 years older than me. So
Yeah, she was raised in the United States. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
but it's
So she's essentially a black woman. A
oh man, like for real, like
she's a gynocrat. Yeah,
it's like what the hell? Like it's just ridiculous.
and college educated, probably too. On top of that.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
about to finish her second master's.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hey, nigga. She's a double
She,
92.
what's her second?
That's
She's
what's
a
Second
double
major about?
92.
No,
Double 92. Feminist to the max, independent, strong, independent, leadership, all that kind of shit. Right?
oh yeah, she's maybe 5'2", maybe
Yeah.
5'2",
Oh, little
5'3".
ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she don't take shit from nobody, and
The
of course,
fireball.
the guys that she was always into bad boys, and of course she married one, divorced. She went to one prior to her ex-husband, so it's like she outperforms them. But remember, grandfather was an ambassador, and she lived that lifestyle with maids. I never lived that lifestyle. Father was an aerospace engineer, and these guys are not even on the same fucking planet.
It's because she wants to be in control.
Yes.
She probably didn't like taking orders from your father and your grandfather.
Oh no. She after my dad died, she flat out told me. She said, "Yeah, I used to give dad hell on purpose."
Yes.
And I told her,
how
I said,
many
"Yeah,
women
I
are
saw that, but that's
beneficent?
stupid."
Say what?
How many women who are in that role are that beneficent to say, I'm going to share this with everyone and not demand anything other than respect?
If they're trained to do
Women
it,
don't do that.
if they're trained to do it, they will. In fact, Sergeant Willie Pete, that's his problem, right? Because his mother had a very strong patriarchal bent from her father, right? She couldn't wait to get away from him, right? and she found, as Sergeant Willie Pete said, a Philly nigga that was weaker than her, that she outperformed, right? And she married him, right?
Oh.
And so she's the matriarch of the family, which is why Sergeant Willie Pete wants to be so patriarchal and so adamant about making a patriarchy within the black community, because he lived under a gynocrat. His mother's a gynocrat.
Yeah. I mean, he needs to
Wait
go
a
to
minute.
like
Hold
he needs
up,
to go
hold
to
up,
the
hold up. I was
Caribbean or
just side
Central
listening.
America.
One time.
I was just side listening because I was on the computer at the job.
How do you side
You-
listen? Explain
Well, I was
that
paying
to
attention.
me.
Well, that's when you hear the sounds, but you're not paying particular attention.
Oh, okay, side listen.
So
Okay,
that's
okay.
you're. I was more in tune to what was on the computer. So you're telling me Sergeant Willie Pete's mother purposely got a man that was weaker?
Yes.
Yes.
She said so.
He said that. He said that in his own words. I like SWP. He's an erudite,
I just
clear
tell
headed
you,
guy, but man, he gets
you know what's funny about that?
And he doesn't despise his father, but he actually
he feels bad for him.
He feels bad, but also he's what is it? What not regret.
Resentful.
Resentful.
Resent.
Thank you, sir.
That's a good.
Thank you, Charles. Resentful of his father. His father's not stronger.
I'm
He
gonna
told
tell
me a
you what
story about his
happens.
dad with
One
the
time.
poker, and how he didn't have his
I'm
own money, and he had to borrow money from his from the wife, and like he felt his dad didn't show back up to those poker games between the men because he didn't have his own money to put up as a stake, and so he just didn't go.
Yeah.
And that's a weird type of situation to have.
I'm gonna just tell you what it is, right?
Yeah.
And it's funny because I talked to a couple of people about this because it was the Padawan was talking to this college girl, and you know how people in college think they're smarter than you. I said, I'm gonna warn you, Dick.
Think?
I said,
Really?
I said,
Even the ones
I told-
not in college that think they're smarter than you.
especially when they're in college. And I had to warn her. I said, I may not hold a degree, but I could probably teach you any class that you're in.
Yeah.
And 30 minutes less, she was crying.
Oh, really? Why?
Yeah.
Because I opened up the world to her because you never let if you really want to know about people, just shut up and listen. They'll tell you anything.
Yeah.
Especially when you present no judgment.
Yeah.
So she talked about all negatively about her father. Her father cheated on her mother and all this. I said, okay. And then I hit her with the Sigmund Freud. You know what Sigmund Freud always starts with?
What about
Tell me about your mother.
Yes.
Well, she was bossy, she's this, that, and the fourth. She's a political science major and all this stuff, but I'm not going to tell her business.
No wonder he cheated.
92.
I said, wait a minute. Your mom's bossy. Yeah. Is that one of the traits men like in women? No.
Nope.
Okay, let's go further. Is your mom currently married? Well, I'm not going to tell her all her business. I said, wait a minute. You told all your dad's business.
Yes, you sure did.
I said, so is your mom married? Well, she's married. Is she happily married? Well, to be truthful, she's separated.
Wait, hold it. Can I do it, Charles? Can I do it?
Go ahead.
God damn it, you can't make this shit up.
Yeah,
and it was the Padawan was in the background.
Where's Snowman when we need him?
The Padawan was in the background laughing because he said, yeah, you warned her. And I said, let me ask you this question, right? You saying that your dad cheated on your mom, or at least that's the story your mom gave you, because you only listening to one side of the story. I said, let me ask you this question. Do you think your mom is the type of person that could keep a man for long term? And she said, well, she paused and you could tell she was crying.
She said, well.
And I said, well, he was like, damn, you broke her down like a goddamn M4. I said, I know. I tried to tell her she's going to school to be a psychiatric nurse. I said, first and foremost, the first thing about doing anything in psychology, you have to get a therapist. That's the little thing they don't tell you. You're supposed to get a therapist.
Yep.
And it's funny because I said, well, I'm going back to school to finish up my criminal justice. She was like, but that's not psychology. I said, criminal justice is just law mixed with psychology. That's basically what it is. You're supposed to really get a minor in psychology. So I said, let me put it to you this way, little girl. You were so adamant to go talk about your father's negativity, but you won't talk about your mom, but yet you have a strong relationship with your own mother. Think of how that sounds. I want you to think about that. Before you say anything, think about that. Well, I said, yeah. I said, but then she tried to hit me up. How come you're not married? Because I'm smart. And she was like, well, what do you mean? I said, do you think we have a good class of men or women out there? Well, the men. I said, no. Is it predicated that men still have to protect and provide? Well, yes. Are women still predicated on being motherly and feminine? Well, no. I said, there you go. You're more likely to find a good man than a good woman. And that's the dilemma I faced. And she shut the fuck up after that.
I bet.
He's still undefeated.
Yeah, they call me the undefeated of the East, man.
It's not hard.
You better ask Ebony K.
I mean, think about it. Through all the years, I went through Cynthia G. I went through a Mary Brown.
Mary Brown.
I mean, even though Mary Brown ain't much, I went through so many people trying to comfort my neck, and I I got, excuse me for a minute, I got to do my Ric Flair. It's so hard looking out there with a guy out there hollering my name when last year he made a comment that if he found his wife screwing somebody else, he wouldn't get upset. I'm sorry. I just look at these things where women purposely pick weak men just so they have something to complain about, just so they can have an edge.
They're insecure, and
Yeah,
that's why.
It's a combination of not only insecure, but the one thing that I notice about a lot of women, they're attracted to drama. If they don't have anything to talk about, their lives are miserable.
What does a psychiatrist say? She's trying to get her clients to realize that love doesn't equal suffering.
No.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry. It's they have to have that drama. They have to put people down.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yo, all this bullshit when you could have been happy a long time ago.
Happiness is suffering to them.
Yeah, that's
Oh, that's
if they're not suffering, then they're bored.
That's
exactly.
That's a sadomasochist kind of love.
It is. It really is.
And you.
Yeah,
You're gonna love me.
Think of any female-based play, story, series. It's always they're with a man and they're always going through some drama with their man. Okay, it's never easy. It's never happy. There is no. If you look at something, what was that show with Roseanne, right? Okay, as poor as they were and much stuff as they went through, right? It was they never had that kind of drama. Okay,
that's true. That is true.
That
was white trash.
I mean, you look at the stories where black women have all this wealth and stuff. Kind of, you think they would be happy? They're not. It's always some kind of drama.
I don't think black women are ever truly going to be happy.
Yeah, look at Empire. Nothing but drama.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing but drama.
I don't think they're ever truly happy. I mean, look at.
I can do bad all by myself.
Look at Power.
But it would, but look at Power. Look at Insecure, right? 5 seasons.
Of her fucking up.
For fucking up, right?
Straight idiot.
And she gets back. She gets back with the same guy she could have helped all along if she had wanted.
And it's funny. The funniest part about that, and it took me a while. And I'm not saying it took me a while, but I never said this. The fucked up part about that shit is this.
Mm-hmm.
In reality, he would have never went back with her. She was beneath him.
She was beneath him.
Yes.
She was beneath him. You're
Which
telling
makes
me
it a whole lot worse.
The chick who was the bank teller, who was obviously more attractive,
yes,
more supportive,
Yes.
You think he would have gave that up to go back to her? Now you can tell me. I don't care what nobody says. That was written in pure bitch babble,
It was bitch
ancient
babble.
bitch babble.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that's
Ancient.
what.
That was an ancient Babylonian bitch battle. Okay, that's
Yeah.
what that fucking text was. That script was written.
Yeah. 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 The thing is, she never helped him. She complained
Not
about the
one
business,
time.
but she never helped him do anything.
Not
Never helped him get clients. Never helped him get off the ground. Never. She went to step. She had all these connections, all these friends. She never helped him.
not one time. Not one season did she ever help him.
No, she didn't.
No, she
Not,
didn't. I
Yeah.
mean,
And the best thing,
look it this way.
the thing a woman.
Remember
Oh, go
when they
ahead.
One time.
if I may, if y'all remember, what was it like season 2
Mm-hmm.
at the birthday party when he comes with the Indian chick and then like she steps out, and they all look at him and go, "You better go talk to her."
Yeah.
What was the first thing she said about him?
Yeah.
When she referred to him, what she said? "You're depressed ass."
With your depressed ass. Yeah.
With your depressed ass, because remember, in the beginning of the show, he was on the couch, kind of depressed because he felt defeated and nobody gave up. Hell, in fact, shout out to the field marshal Ron Wills, because I remember he had a video a few years back called "Denial of a Black Man's Humanity."
Mm-hmm.
Y'all got to check that out. Because she didn't give a fuck. It's like she saw he was going through some shit, but she didn't want to help him.
Yeah, she didn't want to help him. Until he left, and when he left, he got better.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
She was a hindrance.
I'm gonna do a live stream about that tomorrow. And you know what the title of this live stream is gonna be?
What?
It's gonna be like, "Who helped Superman?" And it makes sense because I've always talked to women, not just women I slept with or got in relationships with. I'm talking to women all the time.
Really? You
Shut
don't
up,
sleep
BG.
no more?
Oh shit! Here we go.
Charles, you said you walked into that one, man. In fact, you was silent profiling into that one.
Put it to you this way. When it comes to the average man, I got more accident than most men get on purpose.
You do. That's what I'm saying. You didn't sleep with the ones that you talk to.
But sometimes you can't. But sometimes you can't because you get so much valid information, and I'm like, damn, bitch, I'm gonna give me some material to talk about today. And I'll be like, you women get these lesser than men,
yes,
and y'all help them do all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, why haven't I received that help? And one of the most fundamental things a woman told me, she looked me dead in the eye with the drink in her hand.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what she told me?
What?
Who helped Superman?
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
She said, you're the guy. She says, I'm not putting down my ex-husband. I'm not putting down no man. You're the guy that if you need help, we're fucked.
Yeah, good point.
And it made sense. It really did make sense. And I was like, that's not true. And I'm like, she's like, dude, even when you're doing bad, you're doing good. You find a way to pick yourself back up. And I'm like, most women can't deal with a guy that she can't have something over, even though we want a man who's better than us.
Most black women can't.
Yeah,
most black women, they want a guy, but they want a guy they can have at least one or two things over him.
Yeah, they can control. You got to have a measure of control over them.
And she said, there's nothing I can do to control. There's nothing a black chick can do can control you.
What do they tell Sachi all the time? I'm losing myself.
Yeah, that's what they tell me. I'm losing myself.
Exactly.
And she says, you know,
losing control.
And you know what she says?
I don't have control. Yeah.
And she's not the only female to tell me that.
Yes.
Another female says, she says, you know what's fucked up? Part of my degree, I actually owe you.
A degree, yeah. See that?
She's like, she's like, she told her friends when I picked her up from the airport, she was like, oh, this is my ex. And she was like, I'm not going to lie to you. Half this degree is his because I was picking his brain.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like,
that's how I got my fiance. I was writing her papers.
Yeah. I know a couple of guys who've done that.
Yeah, I was writing her papers. Should have kept her ass.
Now without paying you at least.
Should have cashed in on her. No, she became an IT specialist, so she probably makes like what 150, 160 a year. So should have cashed in.
And one of the chicks I'm talking to, she's an IT specialist.
Mm-hmm.
She's got like a secret clearance or two.
Mm-hmm.
Might have to keep her on to that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. She
Yeah.
might be able to hack my phone or some shit.
Yeah. Man, I got another.
Yeah.
And my ex is real estate. Should have cashed in on that one too. But you know, it is what it is.
You know.
Damn, BJ's dropping the ball.
Hey, BGS need to. BG, you know, BGS
I didn't cash in. Yeah.
BG, you know, BGS, we got a name for you: a waste of height and a waste of dick.
Damn. Well, he is what 6'1".
You ain't shit, Charles. You that is true, man. You know that is true. I can't lie about that one. That is true.
Even the bastard teacher got to get it sometimes.
Hey, I ain't got nothing to say. You know, I ain't got nothing to say. I got to take that one. It's true.
At least the height.
Between the two of you, who could palm a basketball?
Charles probably can. My hands aren't as big.
Well,
Man,
my hands are not.
You know who's bigger than you think?
I don't have long fingers. They're strong, but you know the trick of palming a basketball is on long fingers, getting as much surface.
Fingers. Yeah.
I don't have very long fingers. I have a large palm, but large fingers. The longer your fingers, the more surface you cover.
Yeah,
it's fun.
You used to have a 32-inch vertical, but I don't have that no more.
It's fun.
You got old, man. You got old. You got old.
Like about what 30?
Huh? So what?
That leaves it about 30, 35 at the latest.
Vertical jump?
Oh, 30. Yeah, about 30, about 35. Yeah, I remember.
No, suddenly like, oh, I can't even touch the nets anymore.
Yeah, that was about 35. I couldn't touch the net. It shocked the shit out of me, man.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I bent, you know, because you know how you warm up. You jump up and grab the rim. Okay.
Yeah.
I tried that and missed the whole net, and I said, this can't be happening.
Oh, BGS,
you go ahead.
If I were your man, if I was 6'1", I would have destroyed people in destroyed. I'm 5'9", dude. I still jump out the gym. I wish I never cared to be like 6'3". I was like, damn, if I'm just 6 feet, 6'1", I would fucking kill these motherfuckers.
Wait, how tall are you, Fauci? Fauci, how short are you?
I'm 5'9".
Fauci, how short are you?
5'9".
5'9"?
5'9".
Oh, you Mrs. V's height.
Yeah.
Because like I'm 6'3". My father, my late father was 6'1". Then again, his father was like 6'4". I was like, ay.
Yeah. That's my son does all that shit, man. Basically, you know, he still plays semi-pro. Thing is, he was too lazy to get into the NBA because he didn't want to do all that work.
Oh,
yeah.
You it's a career, man. People don't understand. That's every day.
Yeah.
I had two cousins. They could have made it to the league, but you know they prefer pussy. So
yeah. Same thing with him, man. Because who was he? He was 19, 20. He had 5 D League teams that wanted to draft him. So
he's probably what 6'2", 6'3", probably.
No. He's 6 feet, but he's fast and
okay.
He's Iverson, huh?
Yeah.
Iverson was not 6 feet tall. Iverson was 5'9" at best.
Yeah.
No, he was
around there.
He is, man. Go back and look at those tapes.
Oh yeah. He's little. He's little. Yeah.
He is not 6 feet tall.
He's about 5'10", maybe. You know.
But he was.
Okay, so he's like Avery Johnson short. All right. Avery Johnson,
he was all muscle and the fastest and most dedicated guy.
Lightning quick. Yeah.
My cousin, well, he was good enough. He played with LeBron. He played with KG. Yeah, he was that good. 6'1". Love pussy.
Yeah, literally.
I mean, that is
100% correct because that's my son's problem, and he loves Latinas, and Latinas love him. That's the problem.
Oh man, Latina can take you off your game.
Yeah, I sent you a picture of my daughter-in-law, right, Charles?
Yeah.
Does she look like Brittany Renner?
The same. Yeah. She looks
Damn.
I'm gonna tell you what's funny about it.
Although she ain't bipolar.
It's funny. It's funny because I sent BGS a video of my son who's 16 and one of my godson's friends who's 20 challenged him to boxing. And I want you to describe what you saw, BGS.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you can tell. Yeah, when even before I saw it, I said genetics plays a big difference, right? And so if you got hand speed and quickness and power, you can be
Oh
16. Yeah, and
yeah,
and the guy he's fighting was not genetically up to par with your
oh
son.
yeah,
So
you're gonna get mauled. You're
you
gonna
can
get
get
mauled.
you get
And
mauled.
it was funny because he was hitting him.
Yeah,
Like there's a couple of times he would hit him. And my son's here's the funny part. My son's not left-handed, and he boxes southpaw.
yeah,
Oh wow.
And it was funny when they were warning him. They were like, "You do know this boy knows." Like I started him out teaching him a few techniques. Then he has a coach.
yeah,
So it was funny because when he hit him, he didn't see the left hand. That's how fast it was.
yeah,
And he would just
Whoa.
yeah,
usually
yeah,
you have to set it up, and he
yeah,
just threw it like pow.
yeah.
And you could tell in the video where he just shook his head and he was dazed.
He didn't
And
see
when
it.
he didn't see it, and when he
Yeah,
came into him and
well,
he threw a jab and came. And the funniest part is when he threw the jab and then hit the hook to the body.
yeah.
He just, oh
Yeah,
God.
Wow.
yeah. You're in the wrong. Basically you need to either be trained more, or because you're actually with somebody that's genetically superior. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People
Has
don't
he boxed Golden
understand
Gloves by
boxing.
chance, Charles?
He can. I mean, he can.
What
He's
does
a
he
lot.
did?
He's a lot more deceptive. Like he's a lot more deceptive. I remember my son was joking with me. He said he was more athletic at me than 16. I said, I told him, I said, don't. I'm not even gonna dignify that with an answer. I'm gonna let you speak to the people who were there.
Yeah,
They were like,
well, the thing is he
"You
trained?
athletic."
Did he get the same training that you got?
Oh no,
That's why. So we don't know whether he's athletic or not because he hasn't been trained the
Yeah.
same way.
oh, he's
Yeah.
athletic, but
Fellas,
it's like. Go ahead, AB.
we'll call it a night.
All right, sure. Yeah, that's about that time. It's a wrap. What, 4 hours? Yeah.
All right,
Yep.
all
Yeah, I
right,
gotta
AB.
go. I gotta bone up for BGS's panel.
Yeah, me too.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
We start reading spaghetti.
I gotta get my
And,
popcorn ready.
tell me, Piketty's stuff is dense, man. So basically,
but
you
it's
know,
good.
it is good, but it's dense, man. But you have to do it in doses because you will fall asleep.
Yes,
Okay.
it's 1,000 pages on.
Yeah, it was very, very detailed.
It's
shit
good
with,
though.
with formulas and stuff like that. Yeah, so if you can get through it, yeah, you can learn a lot. But the thing is, it's dense.
Yeah.
Piketty. There's a couple more books. I have to.
You should.
I'll let you guys know what it is tomorrow. There's a couple.
Say, you and Salchi should get back to me about God, what's his name? Mark Blythe from
I remember
Brown
Mark
University.
Blythe. Yeah, Blythe.
He wrote Austerity, the history of a bad idea. He's a political scientist, but he understands economics as related to
Blythe.
political
I
times.
think Blythe. I remember him from a couple of other things, but it's been a long time since I read Blythe stuff. Okay, there's a couple.
He has a good long-term mind about how governments can really turn around.
Yeah, Blythe. Yeah. That's what I remember about Blythe. I don't know exactly where I remember him from, but I remember the name from years ago. So it's been a while.
He looks and sounds like Shrek. That's what I say.
Yeah,
he's smart. He's smart though. He's really smart.
Although Graeber's book, "Debt the First 5,000 Years," is another good book.
Yes.
There's a one. What's the name of it? Is it Capital in the 21st Century? I think that's one. There's another one. I got to remember what they were. I've read them while I was in Guatemala reading this shit. So I got to go back and actually find it again.
Oh, you were chilling, huh?
Yeah. I went there down by myself with no contacts because I actually want to see if I could actually be someplace on my own and adapt, and I could. So I said, if you can do that, you can go any place in the world.
Yeah. How's your Spanish, sir?
It's not as good as it should be.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but then again, like you say, but the thing is, like, it's the way Spanish is spoken in such a vast region. It varies from place to place and whatnot.
All right, sir.
Oh, okay.
All right. Say good night, John boy.
I just want to say, y'all ain't shit, and God bless y'all for it.
All right. Peace out, y'all.
All right, and everybody.